Wow. I have to say that you have to be the fastest ever person to enter into my chat. I literally just probably went live like maybe a minute ago. But what's going on, John Peach? What's going on? I hope all is well on your end. I hope that wherever you at, hopefully you're warm because it is the fucking Arctic over here in New York at like 7 fucking degrees. So I just felt like I just felt like I'm in between thoughts. It's sort of like you know when you don't really have much of a plan, but you just kind of feel like doing something. I guess that's kind of how it was just now. So I just felt like, you know what? I'm here lying down. I'm warm. I'm content. I'm relaxed. I'm stress free because I'm not playing fucking Tekken 8. And you know what? Let me just go live and just we're gonna freestyle. I'll yap about whatever. This is the reason why I didn't really have much of a thumbnail. It's kind of neutral. And so yeah, and whoever happens to stop by, they stop by. I appreciate the love. Gigi, what's up? What's up? Good morning. Oh wow, it's actually afternoon for me, but yeah, I'm chilling, man. Um, yeah, I am doing very well. I'm doing very well. I'm hanging in there. There's a couple of news that I was looking at on Twitter, or I guess X, just some gaming related stuff and just industry stuff as well that I think can have an influence uh, with Sony, for instance. They pretty much, and I'm probably going to repeat this a couple of times. Sony entered into a strategic alliance with TCL, the other television manufacturer. Sony done sold about 51% of their market share from their television brand, Sony Bravia, and I understood the deal because you know, a lot of Sony fanboys out there, and it's fine to fanboy or fangirl over something, but not to the point where you're completely you have blinders on to anything else that's happening. But I understand that much of Sony's main revenue comes from PlayStation, which a lot of people don't want to acknowledge or they don't know. So Sony's cameras, TVs, laptops, they're not really doing that great. They're not doing bad either. So once I understood the deal between them and TCL, it makes sense. You know, Sony has some good television engineering in terms of their chipset. And then TCL, they have a larger market share as well as higher grade panels. So Sony and TCL working together in that way, I think it just makes sense. And they'll probably start making good on what they plan to do sometime in the second quarter of 2027. So don't be surprised. You're gonna start seeing Sony and TCL TVs like some kind of new hybrid. So and I wouldn't be surprised if this might. I don't know. I'm kind of stuck in between a thought just now. That's why I'm fucking up. Because I'm thinking that allegedly the next generation consoles are going to be coming out soon. So it's not too much of a coincidence for me to have a higher grade television around the time you have a PlayStation 6, around the time you have an upgraded Xbox. So televisions and consoles, they have a very synergistic relationship. But yeah, yeah, man. For the most part, I will say this. In my time of being on X, I have seen so much bullshit, so much nonsense. But as a content creator, it does give you a lot of it gives you a lot to work with. I mean, I think I was scrolling And I saw this one person, they took like a 2 second clip of this lady. She's pretty popular. Her name is Pokimane. And so this lady, I think she said she was kind of like just saying, she was doing a stream, and gosh, I would go back and see if I can find the post. That's the thing I don't like about Twitter. It's like when I leave like a comment or a like on something, when I hit refresh, I can't see what I did unless somebody oh, it's just kind of strange. Like on Instagram, I can easily find all of the things I commented on. But suffice to say, this Pokimane, what a stupid name. But it's Pokimane girl. She's doing a stream, and I think she just said to her chat something about, oh, you guys aren't excited to see me, or something of that nature. It was kind of innocent. But this person makes a post alleging that Pokimane was upset that her chat was not giving her money or something like that. And so many people were like commenting in support of this. And I was like, this doesn't seem right. So once I kind of dived in through the comments, I managed to find the actual like clip where Pokimane didn't mention anything about money. She wasn't upset that her chat wasn't giving her money. And I'm like, this is wild at how people can go on social media and take a clip that's already short as it is, but then they dice it up even more. And then they put this fucking stupid headline that is completely a lie just to get it's just talk about character assassination, man. That shit's wild, bro. So yeah, that was wild. Um, yeah. My profile? Well, it depends. If I decided to quote it, yes. But if I just leave a comment, and also I don't pay for Twitter, so maybe that they have other features there that I'm not aware of. But it's definitely much easier on Instagram when if I like, I can go into prior activity. Like, all right, fuck it, I'll just do it right now. Hold on, let's see, go here. Let me make sure this OBS thing is going to be showing it first of all. Where is it? Window capture. Let me set that up. Okay, there we go. So now we go out of there and go over to X. All right. So let's see. See, I can see by like people reacting to what I said, but in terms of what I said, like if it's reposted, like I can see what I put, but for things that I commented on for other people's content, other people's account, I can't see it. Now I know they have a premium here, which I am not. I mean, I don't know. Let me see. Create longer posts. This might be useful. Check mark, Grok. Yeah, I'm not trying to do all that shit. But it is what it is. So what I try to do, and I think that's the general strategy, is to just kind of quote things, and so that I can have it on my profile. But if I don't do that, it's like, it's kind of, unless I find the actual post again, which I can, but it's just annoying if I gonna go and do that. But well, let's see. It says click profile and click replies. Okay, let me see. Maybe because I'm not the foremost expert at this. Okay. Oh, okay. Okay, good, good, good. Thank you. I actually didn't, the thing is, I really didn't I never really looked at it at oh, what am I talking about? I have like a million thoughts in my mind right now. Apologies. So awe 106, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. But yeah, what's up, Adreno? What's up, man? Hope all is well on your end. Hope you're staying warm, because it's fucking freezing here in New York. Um, so let me see. So all right. So that makes things that makes this easier. So all right. So my replies. I mean, I know I was kind of talking about this. All right. So this is the thing that I seen here. OBS capturing this, right? Okay. Yeah. Sony just sold a majority stake. Now that sounds like any to people who may not understand, the majority just means if it's anything above 50%. Because there might be some people that are not business inclined that might think, oh my God, Sony like they gave away 80-90% of the business. No, it just means that, you know, majority stake just means that if it's above 50% with 51, that is technically majority. So that's generally how it works in business. But yeah, they're looking to form this new partnership, which they did. It's a strategic alliance, and so it's gonna produce some interesting TVs. This is why I say, yeah, I'm not the least bit surprised. Understanding business as I do, especially the gaming industry, Sony's main money maker is PlayStation. Their laptops, cameras, and TVs have been on decline market share wise for a long time. It's wild that almost 741 people seen this. But I had to also leave a comment saying, I will further say that upon reading more details, this is classified as a joint venture and strategic partnership, one of which makes sense to me. However, I will stand by my point that PlayStation is Sony's main money maker. So, because the thing is, when I saw this, I just decided, all right, I'm just going to react to it. I'm going to speak on it. Um, just on the surface level of just seeing the headline. But then once I did a little bit more investigating, which you can argue and say I should have did that first, which is fine. But this isn't anything that was overtly controversial. This is an actual thing. It just once I got more details on the nature of the arrangement, that's when I was like, all right, let me just leave a follow-up comment on that. Because these things matter. Um, Let me see. What's up, Digital? Oh, you're in New York. Oh, that's what's up, man. Shit, New York is brutal right now. Shit, it feels like 7 degrees last I checked the weather. But anyway, would I be open to doing Street Fighter content? It's funny. I own Street Fighter 6, and I have not played that game for God. I don't remember the last time I played Street Fighter 6. I don't remember. I can tell you I did enjoy it more than Tekken 8. 100%. Like I enjoyed playing, yes, I will say it again. I enjoy playing Street Fighter 6 more than Tekken 8. And one of those reasons is because the mechanic of the drive gauge, even though it is obviously not perfect, I feel it is much better fleshed out than this bullshit heat system that the Tekken devs did. But I think most people's issues with Street Fighter 6 stem with the throw loops that kind of went crazy. And the Mai character from Fatal Fury, I think she needs to be toned down. I don't know if they're gonna do that. But yeah, I wouldn't. You know what? I would not mind doing Street Fighter, honestly. And it's funny because a lot of my characters that I like is in the game. Like Bison has been a main of mine for years. Akuma, even though I'm not great at Akuma, but I enjoy Akuma. I enjoy Aki, the little snake chick that does the poison. I really like her. But in fact, I was going to do a stream later today, and I even made a thumbnail and everything where I'm actually going to play the 2X KO game. I'm gonna really go into that. But that game doesn't officially release until 8 p.m. my time. Because I think I think the servers are active on the West Coast at 5 p.m. So over here, we're like 3 hours after California. So yeah, that's what I definitely aim on doing. Yeah, yeah, 2XKO releases today, yeah. Well, I mean it's already out, but in terms of for consoles. So I was watching a lot of 2XKO content on their YouTube channel, and I was getting caught up on just the game. So like there was this one video I watched. Uh, it's about a year old, but I did watch the latest video in terms of what they're deciding to change. But because I've never really gotten into the game ever, I wanted to see like kind of like all of the enhancements they've made over the course of time. And I was sharing it to a few of my friends, and the mechanics behind the game look very interesting to me. Now, I'm normally not for assist-based games, but once I learned, interestingly enough, that Clockwork, he's an OG Marvel Capcom player. He worked on the game, and as well as another player who I so his name is Unconquerable. Now, way back, there was a Tekken OG player named that. So I don't know if it's the same guy, because that guy I'm thinking of, he was an OG Tekken Tag 1 player, and I believe he spent a lot of time in Korea. So I don't know if it's the same guy or not, but definitely Clockwork, the Marvel player, he definitely is a part of that development team. So I was like, okay, so if anybody would understand how an assist game should be, it would definitely be Clockwork. Because Yipes, Justin Wong, Sanford Kelly, all my friends there, they they know Clockwork. If you're in the Marvel scene, you know that player. So it gives me a little bit more hope that the game might be, enjoyable for somebody like me. Oh, what's up, C Jordan? My got nerfed recently. Hmm. Yeah, usually like this is the thing I said about some people when you like some development teams when you have guest characters, sometimes it can be in the contract. I mean, a lot of gamers don't know this shit. Sometimes the contract can simply be, look, we don't want our character to be at a certain level in your game. If you want our character to be in your game, you have to make our character X, Y, and Z. That shit exists. So even though they may have nerfed Mai, as this gentleman said, but basically what I'm interpreting is that it was more of a slap on the wrist. So I'm not surprised by that. They did the same thing with Clive for Tekken 8. They gave him a slap on the wrist. It didn't mean anything, and that's what it is. But you know what? There was something else that I wanted to mention, and this is on the content creator side. Like, and I kind of always knew this, and maybe some of you guys are aware of this as well. So there exists an app called YouTube Music. And I used to use it a lot whenever I would be out running, do my road work being like boxing, like training. And so you can like listen to music that you'd save off of YouTube. If you have a paid version, you can download the music to listen to it offline, yada, yada, yada. So I did not know that if you designate a video on YouTube as a podcast, that people who have the YouTube Music app, they can listen to it audibly. Like you have the option to listen to it and see it in video, or just listen to it like as an audio podcast. I didn't know that. Because I do have an actual playlist that I designate as a podcast. At first, I don't think anybody really looked at it. It's called Red Gets Real, but I changed it to Real Talk with Red Related because I'm like, fuck it, I might just I might go in this direction because I love to yap, but at the same time, I'm not Mr. Beast. I don't have that fucking time. Well, I do have the time, but I don't feel like editing my videos 600 different ways like some of these other people that have like an entire team of editors. Sometimes I may just want to just get on, talk about my whatever, and to know that there is a way to actually make that into a podcast. That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. What up, Hector? Yeah, I'm doing well. I'm doing well. Just kind of just yapping away, keeping warm. New York is real cold right now. Um, I just was talking about earlier this strategic alliance that Sony went into with TCL, the television manufacturer. So that's going to be of interest next year. And I wouldn't be surprised if they're going to try to release one of those hybrid televisions around the time of the PS6. I wouldn't even be surprised by that. 27 degrees. Well, for us, it's a little bit lower than that. And in terms of how it, because you have the degree of how it may be, but then you also have the degree of how it feels. And the way it feels here in New York, they're saying it's like 7 degrees. So shit is wild. But yeah, anyway, so the whole podcast thing, yeah, it's of interest because I mean I watch a lot of podcasts. I watch Joe Rogan. I watch Club Shay Shay. I watch a lot of different podcasts, and my mind and my understanding of podcasts is not that grand from the creation standpoint, like in terms of like how they upload it. I know they have this thing called like a RSS feed, and I know that YouTube, you can see the podcast on YouTube, but I didn't know that if your video is designated as a podcast, that it could actually be played on YouTube Music. I didn't know that. I did not know that. In fact, I'll actually show you what I mean. I think I'm still on the screen sharing part. So if I go to YouTube Music, because I went there before. So YouTube Music. So this is like another app people can download. So now YouTube Music, I really just used it for music. You know what I'm saying? Like some of my favorite tracks. Obviously, I got some of my favorite Sekiro music. But I noticed, like for instance, this one particular, here's my playlist right here. Real Talk with Red Related. So when I click on this, so these are all the videos that I put into this, I designated as podcast. So when I came here randomly late last night, I was like, oh shit. And that's when I decided, I was like, you know what? We're just going to call this what it is. And so if I click on this right here, and if I play it, if they were being, if
Oh,
these
wait, so I gotta,
positions were offline, off
let me-
limits to them, then yeah,
I think it's
the
playing,
term
right?
of
Yeah, yeah.
inclusion would probably make sense. But again,
But
as
if
I
I
said
want to
at the
just do
beginning
audio,
of this stream,
but it's still going.
what are they being excluded from?
So I think that's pretty
Basically took
cool.
over. This is basically a fucking
I think that's
invasion.
pretty cool. So
This
I
is-
didn't
this
know
is
that
why
that
I
was a
will say
thing here on
throughout the
YouTube.
course of me being
I didn't really know that.
live.
So that's pretty cool. I mean, I didn't really do much with it in terms like thumbnail or optimizing it, but I was like, all right, well, this is different. It's pretty cool, pretty neat. Because it would be like, for instance, like I would usually watch or should I say listen to a lot of podcasts if I'm going for a walk or if I'm at work or if I'm just like, whatever, and I never thought of doing a podcast per se because I didn't know how to work those RSS feeds because that's kind of like a big thing in the podcast world, and I wasn't really looking in that direction. But yeah, this is pretty cool. So it's definitely you know definitely something I'm gonna mess around with because sometimes I just feel like just hopping on and just running my mouth. That's kind of how I feel at times, but um you know when you're really small and you're just kind of like on the come up and you don't have that crazy Asmongold type level audience, it's I don't know, it's a growing process. Let me see. I appreciate the prayers, digital. I mean, it's just kind of New York has always been like this, so we experience all the seasons. So, it's not anything overtly who is this? $20 FaceTime? What in the world? I don't know what the hell. Yeah, I mean we have, when our winters are not as brutal as like Green Bay, Wisconsin or anything like that, but New York can have some really cold winters. Um let's see. What was that one that I responded to with the Pokimane chick? Um let's see. Uh, right. Yeah, I was dealing with some guys on here that was people always ragging on Xbox for putting some of our exclusives on PlayStation hardware, and it's like it's just wild to me that people just don't really understand the business behind this. They really don't. Hmm. um, Let me see what else you guys said here. TCL, I've had I had one of their TVs many years ago. This was around the time when I started getting it more knowledgeable about HDR, and their panels were good, but the TV that I had, and this was many years ago, their HDR wasn't that. They're it's like they did the bare minimum. With HDR, a high dynamic range, your TV needs to be able to output a certain level of nits, nits. That's basically the that's kind of like your brightness, like how bright can your television get. A lot of TVs, they tend to be between 800 to 1,000 nits. The brighter your TV can get, the better your HDR is. So the TCL TV I had, the 4K and the colors and standard was great, but the HDR was absolute shit. But because I didn't know any better, I was like, I was spending like hours trying to
like kind of finagle the color settings to try to get my TV to look like other televisions that were of higher quality. But again, like I said, I didn't understand back then how HDR properly worked, and I always thought that HDR was created equal amongst every TVs, which they are fucking not. So then after that, I ended up getting rid of that TCL TV, and I ended up getting the TV I have currently right now, which I've had for over 5 years, which is a Samsung LCD, 50, I think it's a 55-inch. HDR is still solid. I have no problems with the TV. But even back then, Sony televisions were very good. LG was better because they had that OLED technology. So I believe that much of what Sony does, their market share in other things outside of PlayStation is not that high. Not that high at all. Let me see. I don't use mods. Hector. I don't mods for me is like that's mostly PC shit. And I don't even have Baldur's Gate anyway, so even though I am aware that there are some games that are kind of lifting mod restrictions, or rather they're kind of having more of a curated experience where like maybe like Bethesda, they have like a set amount of specific mods, but on PC you can pretty much do what the fuck you want to a degree. So I don't have any of that. Um Brad Wong. Brad Wong and Lay. Well, it's hard to say because Brad Wong in Dead or Alive, like you can also say, well, I'll say since you didn't mention it, Christy, her fighting style is the snake style. So yeah, Brad and Christy, they share two styles that Lei Wulong has in Tekken 8. But with Dead or Alive, with Brad and Christy, that is their only style. So they prioritize and dive deeper into the style. Whereas with Lei, they only have like a few moves. So it's almost like being a jack of all trades but a master of none. Because Lei has like over 5 stances. So whereas Christy, she focuses on the snake fist style. Brad focuses on drunken. So, you know. You don't understand Asmongold's audience. Well, I mean, I don't think you really need to understand their audience. I think we just need to accept and acknowledge that the man has a large audience. He has a very, very large audience. Him, Penguin Zero, yeah, they have very massive audiences. Hey, what's going on, Jules? Yeah, I was just scrolling through my Twitter feed, X feed or whatever, and there was like I actually responded to this. What? Let me see. Let me look at it real quick. Yeah. Yeah, I think Sony would rather introduce a new PS5, PS5 Pro redesign and extend the life cycle than launch a PS6 for 1200 and lose billions of dollars in the transition. First of all, I don't think this guy really understands. Sony would not necessarily lose billions of dollars off of that, but you know, everybody has, you know. And this fucking guy, this idiot right here, this D-batch, this guy is completely a fucking idiot. All this guy does, along with what's this guy's name? PS Guru, this other guy named Porter Rock.
something. All these guys do is spread a whole bunch of lies and bullshit. But they have, you see this guy has 10,000 fucking followers, so he has his followers. That's why I said the Sony fanboys will glaze the price from what I can see. If Microsoft has a high price, the world ends. The double standard is wild amongst the fandom and gaming. Nintendo and Sony can get away with virtual murder while Microsoft can scratch its ass and the fandom will lose it. Like, it's just wild to me. It's just wild. And then this whole Assassin's Hex thing. This is supposed to be the first Assassin's Creed game that's going to be one, like, just one female lead. It's like there's going to be no different. It's basically going to be a girl game. So I don't know how that's going to work, because I've been seeing Ubisoft wanting to push that for a while. And I saw that was kind of like the mission, that Ubisoft wanted Assassin's Creed to be like a female dominated game. Especially since seeing Assassin's Creed Odyssey, Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where you have a male and a female, but they have it to where, like, from a canon standpoint, it's the female. Basically, it's her story. But with them doing that, they still put the male Alexios and the male Eivor on the covers of those games, because deep down they probably are aware that if they did put a female on the cover of the game, that, like, just solely, it probably wouldn't sell as much. So I don't know. And then now they're doing this thing. It's supposed to be set during the witch trials, which I don't even know who asked for that. I don't know if people are really excited for that particular setting. All most people know is that it's supposed to be based on it's supposed to be more supernatural, and allegedly horror based, but I don't know. I'm not really that interested, because I like, there are many other settings that I prefer. I just don't know what you're gonna do with witch trial settings, which, if I'm not mistaken, is like 1530 to like 16 something. So I don't really know, but that's the next thing. I will more than likely be playing Assassin's Creed Shadows for the foreseeable future, because that's the setting that I've been wanting, despite all the controversy. But that's why I said, are people actually excited for this game? Protag and setting. Honestly, Shadows was supposed to be a layup, given it having the most requested setting and use of a ninja, yet Ubisoft virtue signaled. I can't imagine anyone truly asking for this game setting and Protag, but it is what it is. Oh, this was the one I was mentioning about the Pokimane joint. Let me see.
Drop that dun-dun-dun, ay, drop that dun-dun-dun. Yay! How are you guys doing? Hello? You guys are not giving the level of excitement that I was thinking that you would give. Give it right now. What's a drop that dun-dun-dun, ay, drop that dun-dun-dun.
Yeah, so what this girl said, this chick says Pokemon was genuinely upset when her Twitch chat wasn't gifting subs on her return stream. You guys aren't giving the level of excitement. So I don't know how this Verizon person comes to the conclusion that because Pokemon said this, that she's allegedly genuinely upset. It's all bullshit. That's why I fucking posted yet another poster lying on someone else and posting 2 seconds of a larger clip out of jealousy and hate. Fucking loser. Like, it's wild. It really is wild. But, And I was looking at this shit here. Soulja Boy faces criticism from fans after a lackluster performance. Fans want their refunds back. This shit was fucking hilarious. I didn't know what this dude was fucking doing. This guy was literally doing the bare fucking minimum. showing his fucking ass on stage. That's that gay homo shit that I'm not a fan of. I'm like, yo, real shit. That's the type of shit like you're like I don't know who you're advertising to. Like that's a dude like look at his fucking pants. Bro, like if you're wearing your pants off your ass like that, you're trying to invite some shit. You're trying to invite someone to take that culo. Real talk. Real talk. No real man is gonna wear his pants off his ass like that. Like the fuck out of here. Like that shit is wild to me. That is wild. Let me see here. Yeah, I'm just not a fan of that. Yeah, engagement bait. Yeah. Yeah, I think once you get to that point, it's like once you get to that point where you're like, I guess when you've made it, you know, it's like you're just gonna have people that just gonna talk shit about you and just do the most. And I see it all the time. I see it all the time. Yeah, like Jules says about the Xbox here, the stepchild. I've always said when it comes to Xbox from the very beginning has been the red-headed stepchild of the gaming industry. I've always said that. Let me see. What did Digital say up here? Good God, Penguin Zero is so boring. The worst fence sitter on earth. At least you're not scared to voice your opinion. No, I'm not. I'm definitely not afraid to share my opinion because I feel at the end of the day, all you really haven't. It reminds me of this movie. I forgot what it was. Was it American Gangster? I think it was American Gangster, where it says like all you have in this world really is your word. And I would like to also think that you have your word and just the things that you stand for. Like for instance, you know, I like there's two genders. There is man or woman. Like I don't believe in all this mental illness fuckery. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not going to affirm, I'm not going to fucking partake in mental illness that of people who want to mutilate themselves and do all that shit. I'm not about that. I'm not about that. I live and let live. I'm not, you know, advocating anybody to go do anything hateful or physical or what have you. But when I see a man prancing around acting like something he will never be, like I'm not going to look at that and say, oh, that's normal behavior. I'm not. Maybe that's what, and that's another thing that I try not to get too political, but 100% of all this weird wacky shit seems to be coming from the fucking Democrats. That's what I fucking see. But that's a whole other argument there. But yeah, I'm not afraid to speak my mind. And I have heard that Penguin Zero, you know, he does kind of flip-flop. At least that's what I heard. I don't really fucking know. But I have heard other larger creators say that he flip-flops on whatever is popular at that time. So that's not me saying it. I don't want nobody coming after me, but that's what I have heard. But in terms of him being boring, I don't know if I would say he's boring, but I would definitely say he's monotoned. He's very, I would say he has very dry humor, and he's very like, okay guys, well, if you look at this and you know, if we go this way and go up the block, yeah. Yeah. Like he has a, or maybe he's not, actually no, let me take that back. He's not as monotone as another creator I've heard. He kind of dresses like Agent Smith. I forgot, Lex Friedman, if anybody's ever heard of him. He's pretty monotoned. So I will say Penguin Zero is at least a little more lively than that guy, but they're both very big creators. PS6 is 1,200. No, it's not that PS6 is $1,200. That was just somebody like speculating based on how high RAM is, because RAM is so important to these consoles. But right now, as some of you probably are aware, or maybe some of you are not aware, that the cost of RAM, random access memory, those chips are astronomical. So that was just somebody posting something like a hypothetical. Red Related would accumulate an audience based on facts. I mean, it depends. You know, I appreciate that, C. Jordan. I mean, I guess we'll see. You know, I'm in this for a long haul. I'm giving myself like another 3 years doing this, I would say, and then I'll see what happens. I just feel like unless I do some wild and wacky, crazy, outlandish shit, I'm not gonna have those. I don't think I'm gonna have those crazy viral moments to where, okay, 1 month I'm here at 2,000 or so subscribers, and then the next thing I'm at 10,000. Like I don't see myself, because I'm not trying to, like, there are people I've heard that they chase clips. I've heard this. And there are people that just want to say some real outlandish shit on purpose with the intent to, oh, this is going to go viral. If it, like, for instance, I went viral for the size of my channel when I posted a Tekken 8 video at like kind of like right after season 2 was released, like maybe a month or so after. And I said, so I think the thumbnail was "Watch This," and I basically was breaking down what Tekken 8 season 2 really is and why it is the way it is. And that video went on to have over 5,000 views. And then at the time, I think I was like a little over 1,000 subscribers at the time, if I'm not mistaken. So for me, for the size of my channel, that video went viral to a degree, but it wasn't like I knew that was going to happen. It wasn't like I was like, ooh, I bet if I say this, no, I don't do shit like that. But I do know that there are creators that do shit like that. And most of the time, that's not even really their true thoughts. They're just saying it because they think it's gonna fucking, go crazy. I agree. When Microsoft makes something expensive, plans, getting a feelings, but when PlayStation makes something expensive, fans don't get in their feelings. I mean, yeah, sometimes. I think at the end of the day, oh, what's up, Shaolin Phrase? How you? I'm doing well, man. I'm hanging in there. I'm just yapping and talking about a whole bunch of shit. I'm gonna be on. This is one of those streams where I'm gonna be on for a while, and even if I get bored, I'll probably just fucking take a nap on stream. I don't even give a fuck today. It's one of those days. I'll probably end up playing something today also, because this game called Mio came out. It's like a Metroidvania game. It's on Game Pass right now, so I might fuck with that a little bit. But aside from that, I'm doing well. Let me see. I've heard of this term grifters so many times. It's like, I guess, I don't know. I'm like, I don't really know all of the terms. Like sometimes I'll hear something and I'm like, I don't even know what the fuck that even means. Or I may know what it means, but it's being used in a different way in today's society. So it's just kind of, so hearing the grifter, like even like rage bait, I was like, all right, I should have realized it was self-explanatory.
But a lot of these terms, you have to understand, I am 45 years old at the, after a while. So back in my day, we had a different lingo. But, so I'm still like every day I'm kind of coming across like a new term and I'm like, oh shit, like what the fuck does this mean? It seems to be popular. So shit, it's interesting though. But let me see what else I can look in here. Yeah, I'm not a fan of any of these wild, wacky, like like fucking wild shit. Describe this march using 2 words. Well, they wanted me to use 2 words, and I just put mental illness. So, like, I just use mental illness. I can't look at this and honestly think that these people are of sound mind. I just can't. So, if that gets me canceled, then then so be it. Like, this is just absolutely ridiculous. It's people like this that are, unfortunately, they have so much influence on ruining various video games, TV shows, movies, all kinds of things, and it just really upsets me and it pisses me off beyond it. It truly pisses me off to no end. To no end. Yeah, it's just absolutely ridiculous. Yeah. Yeah, Jules. This was just I'm on my Twitter feed and these are like some of the things I was responding to. So like this whole section right here, there was a guy that was complaining about Microsoft putting out more than 4 games on PlayStation and then saying that, oh, Phil Spencer lied. He said it was only going to be those 4 particular games. And I'm like, Phil Spencer never said that was going to be the only 4 games. Phil Spencer basically said that these 4 games, we're going to see how they perform on other platforms, and then we will evaluate where we go next. That's what he fucking said. So it gets very annoying to me, and I do it to myself. It's almost like if I'm getting annoyed playing Tekken. Like, I already know if I turn that dumbass game on, I'm gonna get fucking annoyed. But so I have myself to blame. So when I'm on here on X, I have myself to blame. So, but sometimes I do hear some cool stuff. I do get some interesting information, but for the most part, there's a lot of people spewing bullshit. Let me see. Oh yeah, this particular guy. Yeah, the harangue player. Let me see. He didn't like this. Everybody got heat. Oh shit. Uh-oh. 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 Ah, that's it, buddy. Time to watch that fucking movie. It's so much more interesting to watch people rage out over this game instead of it happening to me. Because this right here, see, he already did it. He already did it right here. So this is what he's going for. So he's already going for that. So when he gets, so he should have been on fucking, and he got hit. Oh my God. So when I saw that, I just laughed my ass off because he actually showed his hand. He wanted to do that string from the very beginning. And I knew he was going to do it again, because what else would a harangue player do in that situation? So it's dumb. And that's why I said you got to love Heat. I keep telling people that these mechanics, Heat and Rage, are way too impactful for this game and are gifted each and every round. You can address character balance all you wish. However, damage scaling, length of combos, and more, much more is needed. But, because I'm not Arsenal Ash or Fiddy X or these or whoever the fuck else these people are, my words typically fall on deaf ears.
Let's see. You think why Xbox get I think why Xbox get the most hate. Microsoft is a bigger company than Sony. Nope, that's not the reason. Um, it's what you said when someone is advocating for something they don't fully wait. It's when someone is advocating for something they don't whole fully believe into garner something is money. Okay. I think I'm trying to understand. I think I get what you're saying. A lot of times people's influence, people's perspective is very malleable. Meaning it's like you ever saw Play-Doh and clay? Depending on what an outside source, entity, group is going to offer you, you will adapt your personality and your thoughts and beliefs around what other people want you to think and believe. And those people who don't budge, like if I'm saying the sky is blue, right? Or let's just say, because really the sky is black, but you know it's blue because anyway, it's I'm not gonna get into the science behind it, but let's just say whatever. Actually, that's a bad example. Let's just say water is wet. Okay, so water is wet. Let's do water is wet. If you're going to give me $10 million to say that water is dry, there's going to be people that's going to fucking say that because their opinions, they don't have opinions. They are literally walking billboards. They are going to parrot whatever their masters are going to tell them to parrot like a parrot bird, right? So that's what I see. That's why there are some people that don't respect companies like IGN, Kotaku, GameSpot. These are companies that are well-known shills that when it comes to gaming, when it comes to rating a game, more often than not, those companies are going to fucking shill their opinion to the highest bidder. So if you're like Sony and you have a game that you spent millions upon millions of dollars making and you need that great review, you're gonna hand the IGNs, the fucking Kotakus, an envelope under the table, so to speak, for them to give you a favorable score on your game. And it's the same thing with these so-called award shows. Like, there is no way anybody is going to convince me that last, I think it was last year, where the game of the year went to fucking Astrobot. Get the fuck out of here. Get the holy fuck out of here. But when you understand how the game is played, and I don't mean the video game, I mean the game of business. When you understand that there are people in these positions that are going to have influence over others and give them what they need or want to get a favorable outcome, be it a higher score so their Metacritic can be higher and everything else in between. It's very rare in this day and age that you're going to come across anybody, even if you disagree with them, where you're going to come across somebody that is dead set in their belief. People that I disagree with, I can at least respect if a person is not flip-flopping. If like basically keep that same energy. If you think such and such is some way, don't be fucking changing shit up because this is going viral, so now you're gonna change your fucking stance to see if you can get that viral rub. That's bullshit. I don't respect that. So for me, if someone is saying something that I don't agree with, But if you're like really steadfast, I can respect it. Now, that doesn't mean that people can't change their mind, but you can kind of get a sense of a true change as opposed to somebody who's just, you know, Monday they believe in A, Tuesday they believe in B, Wednesday they believe in C. Like there's like those people, they don't have their own opinion. And if they do, they're not showcasing it in front of the camera. Like for me, I'll keep it real. Like me at current, here it is. I am a fucking registered Republican. I voted for Donald Trump. I believe that there are only two fucking genders. I believe that all this the transformers and the gays, I feel that they're all mentally ill. That's my shit. I'm not going to back away from that. I'm fucking not. Now, I understand that there's some people out there that will believe something else. And they will be like, oh, he's a homophobe. Oh, he's this. I'm going to unsubscribe. And that's fine. That's totally fine. Because there's many people that come to my comment section that have a difference of opinion from me. Now, while I do get annoyed at time, but unless they're like really like being a fucking dick about it, I let them rock. I let them rock. You know, you say what you want. I'm not going to engage with you anymore. I'll agree to disagree, but you know, maybe you can find somebody else in the comments to go along. But you know, I'm very steadfast in my beliefs and what I've researched. And so that's why a lot of times I can't respect flip-floppers. Like if you're believing one way, fine, stay that way until there is a genuine change. And for me, that's happened to me a couple of times. 100%. What up, certified? What up? Yeah, it's like an atheist running a church. What's your expectation for the Steam machine price? Didn't they have that already? I don't even know. Did they even come out with a price yet? Hold on, let me see something. Is there a price for the Steam machine? Oh, okay. I wasn't sure. Okay. Currently, there's no official price. Oh, okay. I think if they're smart, if Valve is smart, if they're smart, they're gonna try to keep that price as low as they can, because there's no way that they are really going to survive with Microsoft and Sony. Like there's no way. And then if the rumors of the next Xbox are to be true, that the next Xbox is going to have full Steam integration, full GOG integration, and which is going to allow them essentially to play PlayStation 6 exclusives. This is why I try to tell. I remember I was telling a PlayStation fanboy this like maybe 2 days ago, and I'm like, look, and this is assuming if the rumors are accurate. If Microsoft goes this route, that is going to put so much pressure on PlayStation. It's just, everybody has their favorites, right? It's like, you know, you have your favorite comic book character, you have your favorite basketball team, football team. Me at this point, because I understand that the console wars died in the 7th generation. But for me, I appreciate Microsoft as a console. But it's like I'm used to Microsoft's ecosystem. I'm used to how they do things. I'm used to their interface. I remember back during the PS3 era, I remember I tried using a PS3 at a friend's house, and I was like, I couldn't even figure out how to start the game. It was like, it was so much weird shit, so much things, so much noise on the screen, as opposed to like the 360 that had the blade system. And I was like, okay, I can't deal with this. And that's how I felt back then. So a lot of times people have brand loyalty. You know, it's just simple business. Some people like Clorox, some people like Tide, some people like Ferraris, some people like Lamborghinis. Everybody has their different shit. Some people like Superman, some people like the Hulk. You know, so when it comes to Microsoft and PlayStation, I understand how this game runs. And I understand that after the 7th generation, Microsoft has they don't give two fucks about if their system sells, if their system blows up. They don't care. Microsoft has a completely different strategy from Sony and Nintendo. The only people that keep pushing this console war bullshit are the fucking fanboys. That's the only, and the fanboys are unfortunately are a part of the journalists as well. So when they push it, it gets spread like wildfire. When Microsoft, they don't care. They're looking to make money. That's what the fuck they care about. And I see that. And so I accept it. But a lot of the fanboys, they don't get it. So it's just, so when I make videos, especially the last Microsoft video I made, it's like people just still don't get it. It's very annoying. It's very annoying. I'm gonna be real, the way this guy talks about Xbox makes me want to get one. Oh, wow. Okay, that rumor is pair up with Steam is a good choice. So the thing is, all right, so with what's going on with the whole Steam aspect is Gabe Newell, the guy that runs Steam, right? The Half-Life dude, right? He wants to expand into the console market. Again, like I said, this is business. This is, and whenever it sounds fucked up because like a video game player will be like, you know, what are you trying to say? I'm stupid? Or a lot of gamers, they just don't. They don't understand how this game is ran. Gabe Newell, they see the market within the console realm, and it's money that is left on the table from his perspective. Microsoft wants to expand exponentially. Microsoft wants to go everywhere, and they're doing a pretty good job at it. So it would fall under more so like a strategic alliance in that sense. The only real question that even I don't have a firm answer to is, how is the money going to be divvied up? If you have a console where, okay, I have my Game Pass, I have my GOG, I have Steam, what would the revenue split be if a person has that new Xbox and they utilize the Steam ecosystem to buy a game, but it's on that particular Xbox? That's the thing I think they're probably going to be hashing out a lot. Because who gets what? Who gets the lion's share? And, you know, and then, so that's going to be, that's something that you can make speculation on until like the end of time. You know, that's going to be something they're going to have to figure out. That's going to be interesting. You know, that's what I'm interested in learning. I already know these consoles are going to be super expensive. I already know. And they're going to be even more expensive than I originally thought of because of the RAM increase. And you might be wondering, okay, why is the RAM increasing? Why is the cost of RAM so high? One of the main reasons, or one of the contributors, is AI. AI right now is largely to blame. A lot of those AI chips are going toward major companies for the use of AI. So it's driving up the price. Yeah, it is insanity in terms of like fanboying out. Like, there's nothing wrong with being like, if you have your favorite, right? Some people like Nintendo. As far as I'm concerned, I'm like, fuck Nintendo. I can't stand that company at all. But some of their games are good. And I respect the developers for putting forth that effort and you know, and putting out good content, good content, good games. But the company themselves, Nintendo, I'm just not a fan. And it just, this, it's like I've said it before, gaming, for some reason, video gamers fail to acknowledge that the gaming industry is a business. These people are here to make money. They're not here to make friends. And it's like in every other industry, this is understood. But when I'm going through X and Reddit and other platforms, and when I'm watching people talk about certain issues as content creators, even content creators that got tens of thousands of fucking subscribers, or if I'm watching a Twitch channel and they're doing their just chatting on Twitch, and it's like I'm listening to these people and I'm like, these people, they don't have a fucking clue. They just don't understand how this game is ran. They just don't. Very few people get it. Very few people get it. And I've seen them. I've seen, like, if I look at 10 content creators that are speaking on the industry, like industry news, the vast majority of them don't know what the fuck they're talking about. I would say like 8 out of 10 out of them, 8 out of 10 don't have a fucking clue. Then you have that last 2 that get it. And it's sad, because what ends up happening is a lot of misinformation is being spread amongst millions of people, because that one content creator can have tens of thousands of fucking subscribers or followers. So this dude or chick that don't know what the fuck they're talking about, they're literally influencing people. It's like the blind leading the blind. And it's just, it frustrates me, because these people are now believing the nonsense. And then when they eventually may come to a channel like mine and they're parroting that fuckery, and I feel like literally ramming my head through a brick wall, and I'm like, oh my God, what the fuck are you talking about? And it's like, I try to be patient. I try to be respectful. But when they, like, I have some people in my comment section, they will literally type up entire Bibles. Like, we're talking about like a whole like Great Wall of China type text. And some of them I read, some of them I skim through, because I can kind of gauge and see, okay, what's the general tone of the message? What is the general tone of this block, this wall of text? And it's like their whole opening statement is just, it's just all like, it's either completely out there in left field, or it's like they have some of the story right, but then like the other part of it's like, it's completely bullshit. So it gets kind of annoying for me to read it. So I try to, you know, be fair, and I try to like respond as a, you know, try to do the good content creator thing. And but when I'm hearing constant, like, if you're telling me 2 + 2 is 12, I'm sorry, I just can't. I just fucking can't. Like, it's like you're not going to tell somebody like myself that spends years upon years of his life looking into this industry from different perspectives, and you're going to try to tell me that, for instance, this one guy in one of my videos, I don't want to mention his name, but he mentions that Microsoft, the Xbox, is a third party developer or some shit like that, publisher, and they've been forced out of the hardware market. When I read, now mind you, this guy has an entire block of fucking text. So do you think I was really that invested in reading the rest of his fucking content after reading his opening statement? I'm like, dude, like, you are aware that Microsoft entered into a 10-year deal with AMD to create more hardware. But you're saying that Microsoft was forced out of the hardware. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, it's like, it just gets annoying to me. And I try to be respectful, but everybody just does not have the same level of understanding and the same level of knowledge. And I think because out of ego, people want to feel that they can sit at the same table and engage in that same level of discussion with some. That would be like me thinking I can get into the boxing ring with an elite level heavyweight boxer. Like, get the fuck out of here. Like, even though for me personally, I've been boxing and fighting for a large part of my life, but I know where I'm at. I'm realistic where with my skills. But you have other people that they actually overestimate their ability. They overestimate what they think they know. And then they come to these forums, or they parrot these perspectives to tens of thousands of people, and you're like, where are you getting this from? And it just, I'm just left with like, bro, I don't even know, man. I don't even fucking know. But it is what it is. It's those comments, I wouldn't, for me, they're not intimidating, but it's like, all right. Usually in my comment section, I'll have people that will say, hey, good video, keep doing what you're doing, or maybe they don't agree, you know. But when I see the fucking walls of text, I don't know if that's intimidation, but when I see that, I'm like, oh boy, here we go. Here we fucking go. Because I'm like, all right. So now sometimes I'll tackle it, and we're talking like I'll be here with my laptop, and I'm like going from point to point to point to point, and that shit does not take no 5 minutes. So I'm investing my time to address this person in the comment section, and then maybe no more than like an hour later, here comes another Bible, and I'm like, oh my God. And it's just, I don't even know, man. It's really something. It really is something. Actually, that's a manuscript. Yes, a fucking manuscript. It's like a goddamn midterm, like a midterm exam or some shit. And, you know, it's just like, I really want to say like, yo, maybe you should like, I would like, I don't want to sound fucked up, but I sometimes feel like telling these people like, maybe you guys should just make your own YouTube channel because obviously they got a lot to say. Shit. You know what I'm saying? Because like, and the thing is, they're not disrespectful about it, right? You know, a lot of them, they deliver the point in a sound way. It's not like I'm having a hard time understanding. Like they're putting their point together in a cohesive manner. It's just that a lot of the information is like they're saying 2 + 2 is 20. It's like that's how it's looking to me, and I'm like, come on, man. It's like, but there are people that would love to engage with that, and I'm just not one of them. It's very difficult. It's very difficult for me. But, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. The issue waiting on Dragon Quest next month. Yeah, I actually, I need to play that demo. I've been so like, I've been dragging my feet with stuff. But yeah, I have that. In fact, I have that demo downloaded and another demo from Final Fantasy downloaded as well. So there's a lot, you know, because the goal really for me is just to really build up my Twitch channel, but I really need to start just playing a whole bunch of different shit and just see what resonates with folk and just kind of, you know, go with it. I watched this one chick, I guess maybe some of you, who knows, maybe some of you probably heard of her, Luality, I think her name is. And she has like she has 300 and I think she has over 300,000 followers on Twitch, and she has over 200,000 subscribers on YouTube. And so the reason why I even knew who this chick was another creator that I follow named Luke Stevens. He came out with a kind of like a gaming based show called I think New Game Plus. I think it was something that happened recently, and they showed a lot of footage on upcoming games. Blood of the Dawn Walker. I think there was Crimson Desert, which is definitely a game that I'm aiming to buy. Comes out March 19th, I think. So they had an interview segment, Luke Stevens and the Luality chick, with one of the developers of Crimson Desert. And I don't know who this chick is, like, especially at that time. But when I watched that segment, the first 12 seconds. Now, you got to understand, this is a developer that's he comes onto this show. He, you know, he's there for a purpose. He's there to promote his game. He's there to answer questions about the game. And I can already tell that his demeanor was someone that is of a mature, grown man. One of her questions within the first 12 seconds was, can you lay a dragon? Basically, can you fuck a dragon? Basically. And I was like, what the fuck? Like, I'm just mind blown. And Luke Stevens, he tried to like veer the conversation somewhere else, but like she like doubled down on it, and then she went to like bears or something like, oh, and I'm like, oh my God, how? I'm just like, bro, I don't know. I think the point I'm saying here is if a person like her could get 300 plus thousand followers on Twitch and 200 plus thousand subscribers on YouTube, then anybody can. Like that like when you're on a show like that, when you're on a program like that and you're talking to developers, you need to be you need to turn off that streamer persona. Maybe that's the type of way she operates on her stream, and maybe her fucking weird audience that fucking follows that type of that weirdo shit, maybe that's what works over there. But when you're on an entirely different platform and you're having an interview with a developer of a game that is, that's gonna, that has a lot of attention to it, and your first question is, can I lay a dragon? Like, what? Oh my God, bro. And it's like, here I am. It like, so you have to look at things from, like, the way I look at things. It's like, if a chick like this, if she made it, then I have, like, if I don't make it, I'm just gonna, I might as well jump off of a cliff or something. Like, like, this shit, it's amazing what people subscribe to. It really is. I'm just mind fucked. I am literally mind fucked. Like, I don't know. Maybe people just want to be entertained by foolishness, like, to like the 20th degree, but maybe I'm just old. Maybe that's what it is. I am middle-aged at the end of the day. But I just can't. That shit is fucking wild. Oh my God. That shit is wild. Oh boy. Let's see. Don't ask me for fix. What's up, man? Steam devices never deliver. I think they may have a decent shot with this. It all really comes down to price. That's what it really comes down to. It comes down to price. They have to they have to do they have to get their pricing in line. I was just kind of, it's annoying when I come across these things that jump in the Twitch thing with the fucking the bots. So I just had to like handle that. But yeah, like unfortunately, like Ish says, I mean, excuse me, digital. Well, no, wait, digital. Oh, okay, confusing. Ish, yeah. People want to be entertained by brain rotting nonsense. Yeah, I mean, that's what it seems like to me. And like I'm just like I just can't see myself doing that. I just can't. So I guess I'm not gonna grow. So I guess I'm not gonna grow. I'm just gonna stay floating around where I'm at, and that's fine, but it is what it is. But yeah, I mean, I'm just being sarcastic, but it's just sad that, well, no, it's not sad. I mean, they're making a living. It's just different strokes for different folks. I just want to be able to do that. I just want to be able to do that. Like if something's legitimately funny, I'll fuck with it. But if it's, I'm not gonna just wild out for the sake of wilding out. I'm not gonna do that. That's absolutely ridiculous because it's not real. It's not authentic. I think yeah, but when it comes to that Steam machine thing, I think with just about anything, it comes down to the price. You can have the best product you can. You can have it's filled with all the bells and whistles. At the end of the day, the buck stops at the price. If the price is too high, all you're gonna do is create more controversy to a good product. So because you have to strike a fine balance between cost and price, right? Like the cost that it takes to manufacture the product on your end, how much of a profit are you trying to get? Because if it costs you $400, are you willing to sell that at a loss or at a very small profit margin? You know, if it takes you $400 to make something and you're going to try to charge $600 for it or $700 because you want that $300 profit, you might end up alienating your market, your audience. So price is very important. Very important. Very. But, it's going to be interesting to see how that works. A lot of it, and here's the thing about the pricing of a game. I think people actually, I know people forget that they want to blame Microsoft for certain things, but the $70 game came from, I believe, Rockstar or another company. I forget. It might have been Rockstar, but one of those third-party companies introduced the $70 game. And it was Nintendo that introduced the $80 game. But oddly enough, that's why I say to people that Microsoft is literally the redheaded stepchild of this industry. They blame Microsoft for the Outer Worlds attempting to be an $80 game, when in reality, it was Nintendo that first started this whole $80 craze. But, like I said, Nintendo and Sony can't do no wrong. If Microsoft does it, all hell breaks loose. So that's the double standard right there. That's the double standard. I'm like, look, if you're going to hold one accountable, why not keep the same energy for all of them? But because there are a lot more Nintendo and Sony fanboys than there are Xbox fanboys, majority rules. And so the narrative, even if it's untrue, gets arranged in such a way that basically everything is Microsoft's fault. Everything is Xbox's fault. And it's just wild. It's wild to me. Like this whole thing with the price increase of Game Pass. Like people bitching, fucking complaining over $10 fucking people. $10 fucking over something that gives you access to over 470 fucking games. Okay, but people bitch about, it's an extra $10. They just buy the fucking game. Why are you fucking subscribing to a subscription service if you know damn well you're only gonna play like a fucking 2 or 3 games? You just fucking scammed yourself. Like, so when I hear people talk about it, this shit is annoying. They're like, you're a dumb fuck. Get the fuck out of here. But yet and still, like, you have other companies that will increase their prices and you'll probably won't even hear a fucking mouse fart over it. But let it be Microsoft. It's fucking like it's like they're like the fucking Antichrist. It's insane to me. Absolutely insane. Absolutely insane. How many fucking times Netflix raised their fucking prices? Like, it's crazy. Like every company raises their prices. Every company lays people off. Every company is gonna start using AI. Like, there are just certain realities
that people are just going to have to fucking deal with and accept. Or don't accept it, but it's not going to change that these things are going to continually happen. And that's just a fact of life. The prices will go up. Your rent will go up. Your car note will go up. Your hospital bills will go up. Your student loans, things go up in price. It's very rare that you're going to have anything in this world when there's a price tag attached to it where the price is going to remain static. It's very fucking rare. Because I don't like to deal in absolutes. I try not to. So I don't want to say everything, even though I do say, I'll say all, but I try not to. Because there might be that one fucking thing out there that just doesn't change their price. So I do try to have a little wiggle room. But the vast majority of things in this society, this world, typically increase in price over the course of its time. That's just what it is. That's just what it is. People will just find something to bitch and fucking moan over. I cannot believe how many people literally like, I'm going to cancel my Game Pass Ultimate subscription because I don't want to pay an extra $10. Fuck you. Like, what the fuck? So fucking cancel. Like if you, these are people that actually believe that these subscription services are going to keep the same price forever. That shit is, these people are fucking funny to me. They're hilarious to me. That shit is wild. That shit is wild, bro. I can't even, I don't even know what to even, like, let me see if I can, when I try to wrap my head around this. Microsoft has 3 tiers, right? They have I think it's the core or whatever I forgot what they call it. I think it's the core or whatever, the lowest tier. They have the premium tier, and those 2 levels, they did not have their price altered. The only price that was changed was the ultimate. That was the only one. And Microsoft does not lock you into a contract. They do not say, hey, if you subscribe to Game Pass in January, you have to maintain until 12 months, and if you want to quit, you have to pay a breach of contract fee. Microsoft don't do that. If you buy a fucking Game Pass membership in January and cancel that bitch January 2nd, they don't, like, you can do that. You have more than enough time, a whole month, to play whatever fucking game you like. And if you only like fucking Ninja Gaiden 4 or Call of Duty or whatever game it is, just buy that fucking game and be done with it. Cancel your membership, buy the game, and move on. But people want to fucking have these crusades because Microsoft has an extra $10 added onto their Game Pass, and I see people that would say, oh well, the entire year of Game Pass Ultimate is more than the cost of an Xbox Series S. Well, yeah, if you're fucking stupid enough to maintain a membership for some shit you ain't fully using. You know what that would be like? That would be like me living in New York, right? Well, I'm here in New York. And at the time, I think they did away with Metro cards. But back before, if I were to buy a monthly Metro card every single month, but I'm only using the subway maybe 10 times a week. Like 10, like maybe like I may use, like I'm not using it
to the degree that it warrants the price of me buying a monthly card. So in another way, that's like if you have a Netflix subscription and you're only watching one fucking show, after you're done with the show, why are you keeping Netflix? Like that's my point. But you have people, they will let their subscription linger. They're not fucking using it, but they're bitching and complaining that, oh, it's this amount, is that. They're fucking stupid. It's like, I can't even take these people. I cannot take these people seriously. I do not respect them. I do not respect their argument. Nothing. They are dumb fucks. Pure and simple. Pure and fucking simple. Like, you know, if you want to play fucking, like I said, Ninja Gaiden 4, okay, well, you can either buy the fucking game or just try it for $30. And if you like it, then buy the fucking game. If you don't like it, oh well. Like people don't seem to think of this. And there are so many situations from other industries, other companies, where these people act the same exact way. They act the same way. And it's just, but because I cover mostly the gaming news and stuff like that, you know, I'm looking more in that realm, in that direction. And so the people that would say, ha ha, Microsoft is giving over all of their exclusives to PlayStation, I'm like, you dumb fucks are aware that every time a Sony person buys an Xbox game, that Sony is giving a kickback to Microsoft, right? But a lot of these people, that just seems to go over their head. Like, and I'm just like, oh my God, bro. These people can't be helped. These people cannot be saved. It's just, I just can't, man. There's some people there's a saying that goes, everything is not for everyone's understanding. You know, you can explain something to another person until you're blue in the face, and they just not everybody has the same level of understanding, comprehension, and critical thinking. And I deal with that so often in the gaming space, whether I'm talking about Tekken 8, whether I'm talking about the gaming industry as a whole, whether I'm talking about strategic alliances, joint ventures. It's like, people, they want to overestimate what they know, when in reality, when it comes to certain topics, they don't know jack shit. And it's just, it is what it is. They want to sit at the table, but they're not equipped to have those type of discussions. And it's very annoying to me. It's very annoying. The PlayStation, their whole model is pretty much mirrored after what Game Pass is doing. And even though Sony initially, their executives, when Microsoft was first coming out with the whole Game Pass system, a lot of those Sony executives just were, you know, putting down the service. They were saying that it wouldn't last. They said it's not sustainable. But several years later, it is. And Sony has now adopted basically a poor man's version of it. And in terms of all of the other benefits, I mean, all you'd have to do is just go to xbox.com and just look at the Game Pass tab, and it'll break it all down to you. But because I can't recite everything off the top of my head, but what I do know is once Microsoft increased the price, I wanted to understand the facts behind it, Like I didn't want to jump to conclusions. So what I learned was only the Ultimate Edition had a price increase, and games across every single tier was increased in terms of the amount of games you have access to. Because I remember the lowest tier had about 25 plus games. That's it. Now it has well over 50. And so each tier had an increase of actual games you can play. Also, Microsoft has been investing billions upon billions of dollars in cloud and AI, as many people, well, I would say many, but a lot of people know. And as a result, their investment into the cloud sector benefits that as well, because the maximum resolution that you had access to if you were to stream your game using the Xbox cloud was 1080p. It's now been upgraded to 1440p for the Ultimate Edition. Also across all three tiers, the actual the access speed and the stability of the cloud infrastructure is a lot more stable. So when you are playing games, whether it's on your Xbox or your PC, and you're using the cloud, assuming your internet is up to par, you have much more of a stable connection. So the cloud will allow you to kind of jump into a game a lot faster than having to wait for that game to be downloaded. And a lot of times, there are many people who may not want to try out a game simply because they don't want to wait for the download. As stupid as that is, it is a fact. Some people just don't like that. So, and also some of them may not have the hard drive space. And so before they delete something off their hard drive, they want to make sure it's something that they like. So being able to just play the game through the cloud proves to be something valuable to people who want to just try out a game and not have to wait X amount of time for it to download. Now, after you try it through the cloud, you enjoy the game, you like it, then you can decide, okay, you know what, I'm going to install it, because when you install the game, that's when you get the maximum performance, because it's literally on your hard drive. So I like that Microsoft, they give you options in that regard. Do you really hear about that? Of course you fucking don't. But there are things that I don't like about Microsoft as a company as well, that I feel contributes to why they have difficulty getting games out, which is another criticism that many people levy against Microsoft when it comes to their games. But they don't really speak on why that is. They'll just tell you Microsoft sucks at getting games out, but why? Well, people like me, we understand why. And unfortunately, what's kind of wild is it's not really an Xbox thing. It's not. It's like everybody wants to blame Phil Spencer for everything. It's not a Phil Spencer thing. That's a Microsoft corporate thing. And because Xbox is a part of the Microsoft company, Xbox has to abide by certain rules set forth by Microsoft, which one of them that affects game development is Microsoft's 18-month contractor arrangements, where if they are choosing to hire outside companies and contractors, they can only work on a game for 18 months. And then after that, they are let go, and those contractors cannot come back until 6 months after. And then it's another 18 months. This is precisely the reason why Halo Infinite, part of the reason why that game had the trouble development cycle it had. Will you hear that from other content creators? Good luck. If you do, please let me know who they are so I can subscribe to them, because it's like a lot of the things that I know, I have to, unless I get lucky and I come across somebody that's speaking on it, which is very rare. But other times, I'm just legitimately curious. I ask certain questions like, well, why is X, Y, and Z like this? How is X, Y, and Z like this? This is where I tell people with a particular thing, a situation, you always have the how, the why, and the is. The is of something is like, that's like saying the government is fucked up. The government is fucked up. This is fucked up. Okay, that's obvious. But how? But why? Those are the two questions over most things that are usually the most important. And the things, or should I say the aspects that escape people's understanding when it comes to speaking about a particular thing. Like Tekken. Why is this character broken? We know Anna Williams is a bullshit character, but how is she bullshit? Why is she bullshit? Why was Clive added to Tekken 8? Why? The how and the why is usually the two aspects of anything that most people do not have an answer to, but and at the same time is the thing that you should go out of your way to understand. But many people don't. It is what it is. And unfortunately, yeah, it is. Like you said, it's a hive mind. And unfortunately, you know, that hive mind is just like, for instance, if there was a collective of intelligent people, that's great. But unfortunately, the collective tends to be people that do not, one, they do not have their own opinion. Their opinion is basically whoever is to the highest bidder. And then again, you have these larger Instagram influencers, these Twitch people that got like a bajillion fucking followers. You have the YouTube that has like a bajillion subscribers. And so that audience, as I said earlier, they're basically getting fed a bunch of bullshit. And then a lot, if not all, of that subscriber base is now they end up spreading it. So I sometimes do feel like I'm in the minority of people that actually know shit. Like it's a very interesting place to be in, because there's moments I feel like, am I the only one that gets it? Like, am I the only one that sees what's going on? Like, people, you don't see this? Like, I ask myself those questions when I listen to other people's, whether their videos, their streams, their, you know, if some people that might be talking to me out on the street, I'm like, what the fuck? Like, how'd you come to that conclusion? Like, but, you know, it is what it is. People like to, you know, they want to overestimate what they think they know, and in some people, they really don't know any better, and they're just, it's like being wound up like a toy, and that other person just sends you out to march, and it's just, you just don't know. That's why I like that scene in The Matrix. For those of you that's seen The Matrix, where Neo, Morpheus, and Trinity went to go see the Merovingian, and the Merovingian says, you know, like basically, like, why are you here? And Morpheus is like, we're here for the Keymaker. And then the Merovingian is like, yes, because he's French. He's like, yes, the Keymaster. You know, the Keymaster is not so much of a who, but a means to an end, or something like that, he said. And you're looking for the Keymaker as a means to what? He was like, you were sent here to do something, but you don't understand why you were sent here. So you come to me without why, without power. You were sent here because you were told. And that's what I see a lot of people's society is. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. If you were to actually corner them and say, okay, why do you feel this way? Why do you feel this way? More often than not, they're going to talk around you because they have nothing else of fucking value to say. Nothing. And I've done it to people, many people. And I've actually enjoyed it, to be honest. I've actually enjoyed it. It reminds me of that kid in math class where they're talking a whole bunch of shit, and then the teacher asks, like, hey, did you understand? And the person's like, okay, so tell me what the square root of 12 is. Like, same shit. Same fucking thing. It is what it is. I try to. I try to live in the real world. I try to. I do try. Oh, sorry. Don't ask me for fix. Yeah, sorry about that. You know, when I get on a tangent, I kind of, maybe, over time I will get better in my streaming ability to talk and look at the chat and react in real time. I'm not at Asmongold level just yet. I'm not in my final form just yet. But yeah, but as far as the Game Pass stuff, yeah, I'm glad that you see the way in which Microsoft handles these things. Microsoft isn't perfect. Sony isn't perfect. Nintendo damn sure isn't perfect. But if you're talking about actual overall value, Game Pass, I can't talk about PC, but in terms from a console level, Game Pass is basically the best value in gaming as far as I'm concerned. Because you can literally jump on and you can jump off. That's it. For $30 fucking dollars, you could play over 480 fucking games. And so if you just want to sub for a month, you have 30 fucking days is more than enough time for you to try a fucking game out and determine whether or not you want to own the game or not. Like, so all this fake outrage of people like, oh, it's $30. They can go somewhere. Let me see. Yeah, so you don't need to announce your decision to cancel on something because it may not be financially viable for you, while not trying to devalue power. It's just, I just wish that I wish people were more so formulating their own stance on things. A lot of people's stances on certain things are things that it's just hive mind, it's just hive mind shit. It's just hive mind shit, and it's unfortunate, but that's the world we live in, right? That is the world we live in. It is what it is. But yeah, so just to kind of share for those that might be here, just popped in. I pretty much intend on so later on when I know I said this early in the stream, I'm going to play that 2x KO shit. In fact, let me explain. In fact, I think I can at least play this video on YouTube. Fuck that. I can at least do this because there's a video I really liked and I was watching, and I'm gonna pull it up real quick. And many of you probably already know this because because I know that the game was available for PC, so it's the console folk that are getting access to it for the first time. But there was a video I was watching, and I want to just kind of play that. There's a part that I really like. Let me see. Right now I'm scroll. Oh, okay, I found it. It was a 57-minute video. So let me see. Let me go and show that. I think it should be showing, right? Some of you probably seen the video already. Let me make sure this is active. Okay, it's good. All right. So this particular section, it's an older video, but for someone like me that's new, I really liked what I seen in this. It's called Player Agency. So I'm gonna let this rock out.
Surrounding player agency. You know, we heard that most players didn't mind making mistakes, but did mind when they frequently found themselves in zero agency states for long periods of time. So we've been working on some changes designed to increase the fun uptime and reduce the amount of time you spend.
And I love that samurai looking character, by the way. He looks cool as fuck.
So first up, let's talk about dynamic save. We're now calling dynamic save break. And
thank you.
Yeah, the hitbox now gets bigger over time, and then blocking break is easier to combo from. So yeah. Hey. You also get 50% break meter after a champion dies. Why? Well, we saw and heard that how hard it was to make a comeback. So even when folks were evenly skilled, it's hard to come back. As a result, we removed Fury as a fuse and now have a new system called Fury Break. It shows up in some of the new fuses. So when a champion dies, you gain 50%. Of course, if you're playing duos, then your duo does that for you. There are several types of Fury Break activation. So Sean's doing it offensively. So you do it in the middle of a combo. It does a wall bounce, and you get, it allows for follow-up. So you can end your combo with it to increase your damage, or do it at the beginning of the combo to increase your damage. The bonuses that you get, so like the damage reduction and the damage boost, it allows for 10 seconds when you do it offensively. Similarly, if you do it defensively, you get those same bonuses. So you can Fury Break here. Yeah. So similarly, Sean has Fury Break activated right now, also lasts 10 seconds. The big difference is that if he does it in neutral, so if he doesn't do it offensively or defensively, just does it in neutral, the bonus actually lasts for 20 seconds. So, we want
20 seconds?
20 seconds. Okay. So, but that means you can't use it in a combo, and that also means you can't use it to save yourself. So that's the sort of trade-off.
Sure. One of the great things about Fury Break is when you're in that Fury state, you can dash cancel, and it removes 5 seconds off the clock. So off your remaining time, rather.
I love it.
And so I'll go ahead and show you. I have it on. You can dash cancel any special or normal, as long as you have it left on hit or block, which is really powerful. And so I'll show you like some fun stuff. Let's see if clock can block this.
Oh my.
So.
Yeah, I would block the second part.
I mean, there's a lot of what-ifs. No, you would have blocked it. So it's kind of the idea of like, hey, you're in this Fury state. It's still similar, we call it Fury Break. It's still similar, like it works like a combo breaker. You can still like get them off of you and have a little bit of time. But hey, if you want to use this thing offensively, if you want to like pressure, like if you just block, like, sorry if I do this, they're stuck there for a second. So like they have to guess now, like, and then. Ooh. And so there's a lot of pressure that can be had. What it is when it comes down to Fury and Fury Break, I know again we showed like Juggernaut and Sidekick, and they start with it on because they only have those single champions up front. But in any other fuse like Double Down, 2x assist, Freestyle, once your first champion dies, just remember you get that 50% Fury Break meter, and Fury Break is on. It's ready to go. Like once you decide to use it.
Cool, so let's talk about push block. We got a lot of feedback in Alpha Lab 1 that push block was just not available enough. It cost 1 bar, so the cost was pretty steep. And also, if you didn't have any meter, then you were just stuck and you couldn't push block at all. So now it no longer costs a bar of super meter. Now it's performed by pressing the team button while you're blocking And if you are the assist, then the assist is the one responsible for the push block. Internally, we call this push assist. So this shares a cooldown with your assist, and also allows you to handshake tag after a successful push assist. Yeah. So, you know, it's much more available.
This was one of the issues that I heard that people had with Mortal Kombat 1. And I heard this from my homie Real MK Tom Brady, another fellow savant of the FGC. And I, of course, agree that MK1, NetherRealm Studios, wanted to basically make that game an assist-based fighter, but did not give that game assist-based fighter defensive mechanics. And so when I see this particular video right here, which is the reason why I wanted to play it, is that I like that there is a gamut of different defensive options you do have. And typically, as like assist-based fighters, I'm not a fan of. But when I watched this video is like 57 minutes. I watched the whole fucking shit. And just to kind of catch up on, like, all right, what is this game about? How does it work? How do the assists work? And so, you know, it's definitely something I'm interested in. And I'm going to try it in the next couple of fucking hours, because it's like 3 o'clock right now for me. And it comes out, and I think it's released in 5 more hours. So I wanted to try it out, because that whole thing with activating your fury, that's basically activating heat. And the whole thing about dash canceling your attacks and your special attacks, that's basically heat dash. Well, in this game, as I understand it, is when you manually activate fury, you have it for 20 seconds. And every time you cancel an attack into a dash, it takes 5 seconds off your time. So I have heard, of course, also you have the like Blad said, with the defense, with how you can get up. You can get up in place. You can roll forwards. You can roll backwards. You can get up with some kind of like an attack. You know, so I like that you have actual options. And another thing I saw was, and they didn't get to it in this section, but I'll play it. But they're gonna show they're gonna show a situation where when you're in the air and you're getting comboed, that I think you can air tech, and you'll end up dropping out. But if the opponent knows you're gonna do that, they can do another launcher. So in this game, the launcher reminds me of Dragon Ball FighterZ, where you do down heavy and you get a launcher and you go up in combo. Well, the way I understand it, and I'm gonna play it real quick, is if you do like an air tech kind of deal and you're flipping out of the combo, and if your enemy is still trying to land hits, the attack is gonna whiff. Well, if that situation happens, the opponent on the ground could just do another down heavy and then will relaunch you. So it becomes like this kind of a 50-50 situation, like a mind game of, is he going to finish the combo, or is he just going to try to do another launcher? In fact, let me see if I can get to that point, because I found that to be pretty interesting. Let me see, because I think it's toward the end of this section here.
Now, you have to make a choice between, you know, calling your assist and offensive pressure versus defense. And if you're playing with a duo, your duo is responsible for protecting you from pressure. So yeah, Tom, you know, you gotta help me out here when it comes to getting Sean off of me.
Well, let's see.
Hey.
Yeah, and then I can kind of keep the party going.
So So air tech, you know, we saw a lot of
Air
combos
tech, here
which
it
were
is.
not, you know, real combos during Alpha Lab 1 since folks were not air teching, and holding a normal attack button while getting comboed was just really unintuitive. So we decided to make it occur automatically.
Clock, like, this seems cool, but like, say I do a combo and you air tech back, right?
Yeah.
Can't I just like juggle you there like for a long time?
So what we've done to combat that is you can opt out of the automatic air tech by holding down.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, so we want to prevent any sort of like checkmate situations and give you another option to protect against offense. But of course, if I'm holding down and Sean knows I'm holding down, he could just like launch me again or something, you know? He can just keep hitting me. Yeah,
It's great.
yeah. So
You
not a
held
real
down.
combo, but that's the sort of trade-off between, you know, air teching and not air teching.
We do take those though. We do take those.
So, you know, OTG changes in Alpha Lab 1. We heard
You
a lot
see
of
that?
feedback
I
you know,
like
it's
that.
Pretty boring to end like a combo with an OTG, which in Alpha Lab 1, it forced the back roll, and then it really put you, you know, at your opponent's mercy to their wake-up games, right? So now when you do a weak OTG on the ground, we give you the same suite of get-up actions as we do for other knockdowns. Yeah, I can roll back. And I can do my get-up attack.
Another one that we focused on was reducing combo length. Combos were too long or felt too long.
Ah,
We made a lot of adjustments.
combo
to the board,
length,
just, like
Tekken.
shortening them and the feel in general. So for one, you can no longer call assists after a tag launcher. You can also no longer tag after performing a double down super or supers with both champions in one combo. As an example, in Alpha Lab 1, we were seeing combos with multiple double downs in them, and it was taking a very long time. We also reduced hit pause across the board, which we talked about a little earlier, but this really makes combos feel a lot shorter. It also makes the game feel a little bit faster as well. Also,
This right here, I believe even, I don't know if King J made a video about this. I know he did make a video somewhere. I think he was talking about the launch of the game, but I was thinking about doing this, but whatever. But this is the type of development effort that needs to happen within the Tekken development, their team. This is what season 3 needs to prioritize for Tekken. You can adjust all of the character frames and all this other bullshit all you fucking want. You have to check under the hood. You have to open up the hood of the car and go into the guts of the car because you need to make changes there. Making this character, well, instead of being +4, we're gonna change it to +2, or those little changes. That's like surface level shit. There are many other issues with Tekken 8 that you need to go deep in. And listening to these guys talk about this free-to-play, it's a fucking free-to-play game for Christ's sakes, and how much effort that they're putting into it. And like I said, this is an old video. This is not what's current. Like what's current, they added on to like, you know, like they have an entire like new patch that is set for the release of this game. This video that I have on screen is just something like that helped me to see how the development of the game in terms of once it was released, what they've changed over that initial time. And I have to say, I'm very impressed, especially since I'm not really one to be a fan of an assist-based game. But seeing all those types of defensive options, addressing combo length, that's the type of shit that I need to see for Tekken 8. And do I expect it? Fuck no. Is it possible? Sure, it's possible, but I don't expect it. I don't expect these people to go that deep for Tekken 8 for season 3. I just don't. I think because they know they have no fucking competition, there's no Virtua Fighter, there's no Dead or Alive. They know that if you want to play a 3D anything, they are the only game in town. That's it. So I do believe that also has something to do with it as well.
There are some people that might argue and say, well, it could be because of Harada's departure. Maybe they're still scrambling and trying to figure out what to do. Sure, that could be it as well. It could be contributed, because this would be like the first time in like forever, right, that Harada isn't there in that capacity. However, these people, these Tekken 8 devs, they need to show the fuck up. Because from what I can see right now with this 2x KO thing, I might end up liking this game. Like, I'm gonna play this shit in a couple hours. So I might end up liking it. And it's gonna make, because right now the decision for me to not play Tekken 8 is so easy. It's such an easy decision for me. It's beyond easy. But we'll see. We'll see. You know, I know there's a lot of people that, you know, they love Tekken 8 and they want it to succeed, and that's fine. I want Tekken 8 to succeed as well. Well, actually, technically, it is succeeding. It is making money. But in terms of it, the community reception of the game itself, you know, I would like to see, you know, their season 3 be have a better reception than what was shown for season 2. But I have a lot of doubts. I have a lot of doubts about this. You know, what I see in this game right here, this 2x KO, this is looking good. It's looking really good. See, the thing is, for me, speaking for myself, it's not so much that, oh, I can't compete in Tekken 8, or or anything of that nature. It has nothing to do with that. It's my desire to play a bullshit game, and my interest is very low. If I really wanted to, sure, I can go and pick Nina. I could just pick fucking Anna and X copy the same shit. But that's not going to sure, I'll win. You know, I guess I'll feel good about winning. It won't be like I'm struggling like how I do a fucking Raven and feel like I'm gonna throw my controller out the window. But even though I would be winning, it still doesn't change the reality that the game has a lot of issues. And to some other players, that's enough for them. It's enough that, oh, I'm winning and I'm getting God of Destruction or any one of those pointless fucking ranks that really don't mean shit anyway. It's enough for them, but it's not enough for me. Like, when I know that, okay, well, if I'm using a superior character and I'm just running the bullshit on my opponent, okay, I'm winning, but am I really winning, or is the character winning for me? And that's the thing that, you know, a lot of players they don't even really bat an eye at. And, you know, it's one thing to have your tiers. Every game has, you know, characters that are top, characters that are mid. Every game fucking has that, right on down to fucking first-person shooters. There's going to be a gun in the game that's going to be better than every other gun in a first-person shooter. Every game has its tiers, no matter what. But it's another when you have certain mechanics that, quite frankly, dominate the fucking game. And that's what I see with Tekken 8. I can be whipping your fucking ass in Tekken 8. And the minute you pop heat, now the whole landscape of the match changes. Now, sure, I've had people in my comment section that would say, oh, well, Red, well, you know, you have heat too. Well, so what? That's what does that mean? Is that some sort of, that's like, okay, how am I trying to say this? It doesn't make it right, and it doesn't make it good. Like, just because I have heat also with my character, yeah, no shit. Every character has heat. That's the universal mechanic. But let's be realistic. Not every character's heat is in the same fucking realm. If I pop heat with suck-ass Raven, whose heat is more of a threat? Raven or fucking Law?
Let's call a fucking spade here. Let's call a spade a spade. Like, you're gonna have certain character when they activate heat, it completely takes that character into an entire new level. So that the mechanic just changes so much. And can you use heat in Tekken 8 in any other way? Can I use it defensively? Can I use this meter in any kind of defensive way? No. If I have fucking Lydia on my fucking ass doing fucking safe ass fucking mids that's gonna send me 20 fucking thousand feet in the air if I duck, but if I stand there, I'm gonna eat a fucking unblockable. And both moves come out relatively at the same speed. So I can't use my heat to defend against that? Unless, I guess what? I have to fucking, what is it called? Heat burst? Get the fuck out of here, man. It's a poor man's fucking mechanic. I don't believe that the Namco developers really thought the shit out through enough. And I do believe that it was something that was tacked on as a fucking afterthought. That is my 1 billion% opinion. That is my fucking opinion when it comes to Tekken 8 and its fucking heat mechanic. It's a goddamn joke. It's a cancer to the fucking game. And you got 20 million fucking options to relaunch your fucking opponent. You basically have 3 combos in one when you get launched in Tekken. Like, it is such a dumb fucking game. It is such a dumb game. And the more I watch all these fucking Twitter little clips I'm seeing people save and upload, it makes the decision to no longer have that dumbass party game on my Series X so much better. It makes it so much easier. I don't regret it one bit. But I am frustrated still because I want Tekken to just be Tekken. That's what I want. Tekken, 50-50s, coin flips, yes, every fighting game has them. Every fighting game has their little 50-50s. We get it. But it's like, you have these fucking crazy mechanics that just really they basically play for you. Like, they really play for you. I've seen that Lydia character literally get away with virtual murder. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's like the character's on autopilot. It's like, and it shit is wild to me, yo. So to see a game like this, that it looks, now that's not to say there isn't bullshit in this game, but to have certain defensive options in place, I like to see that. So this whole 2x KO, I definitely look forward to trying it out. It will be 100% my first time ever touching this game. But from what I see so far, it already has more defensive options than fucking Tekken 8. So it's going to be interesting to see what I can get out of it. And I'm literally going to do it. I'm going to do it live. I'm just going to let this shit rock out, and people going to fucking see me learn the game in real time. Like, from fucking scratch. It's a nice little experiment, I think. Nina, high crushing moves with her heat smash feels pretty nice. Every time I fairly beat my opponent and left him with 1 hit point, and he proceeds to use his rage art, steal the game from here. Everybody loves that rage. Gotta love that rage art. That rage art is godlike. And I mean that in full sarcasm. That game, that fucking mechanic. And the thing is, you know, when I see so many players, they'll say,
Well, it doesn't affect me. I think that's the thing that that's interesting. I think when people say it doesn't affect me, I'm just like, well, what about everybody else? And then people were like, well, why should I care? And to those people, I would simply say, you are aware that if many people just say fuck this game, you are aware that your player base will shrink. And that means you will find matches harder to find, your match time will increase, and your tournament competitive scene will slowly start to die out. But players or gamers really don't think along those lines. They look at it as, well, I don't have to deal with it. I'm good. Yeah, maybe because you're also using a bullshit fucking character that's allowing you to sail over the bullshit. But again, if a lot of these things are not corrected and addressed, your community within this game is going to slowly go away. And I have seen this with Soul Calibur. And I'm not going to say that is the only reason why Soul Calibur died, but it is definitely a contributing factor. All of the bullshit fucking stupid characters added into that franchise over the years, all of the dumbass mechanics that they added over the years after Soul Calibur 2. Oh yeah, that definitely contributed. 1 billion%. But it is what it is. I think it's really hard for me to say who is better, Anna or Nina. It's really hard for me to say because honestly, I don't even own her. I don't even own the character. I never bought her. The only DLC character for season 2 that I have is Fakamram. That's it. I have everybody. Well, I bought the season 1 pass. Yeah, but for season 2, I only bought Fakamram. Nina has always, I've always referred to Nina as the queen of Tekken. Nina has always been pretty like good, like top level character, even though she does have some highly advanced tactics, but fundamentally her gameplay, you would be hard pressed to find that character with any real weaknesses. I mean, Nina pretty much, she has fucking multi-grabs, attack reversals, high damage, great juggles, solid wall carry, amazing pokes. I mean, she has great counter hits. I mean, it's like she pretty much could do everything. You know, so, but I only know of what I fought against in Tekken 8 with Anna. I never took Anna into the lab because I don't own her. So I honestly, I can't really answer that. I don't know if they'll do a Miguel. I don't think, I don't know. I really don't, I don't know if they'll, Miguel was never really a favorite for me, but there's some people that really like the character. Obviously amongst the group, Bob and Lars were more popular, but you know, I mean, could he make a comeback? Sure. I would be interested to see like what they would do with this fighting style. Because I can kind of surmise how Lei would look if they were to ever add Lei. But Miguel was just kind of wonky ass fight style, very unique, kind of abstract.
So it'd be interesting to see like what they would do. Like honestly, Miguel as a character is someone they could really take in a completely different direction with a fight from a fighting style standpoint. They can like literally write it in a story that, you know, Miguel learned some new shit. You know, he entered the tournament. He just, you know, he was just kind of going random. You know, he wanted to avenge his sister and that got killed on her wedding day, blah, blah, blah. So so it would be interesting. I think they would have some wiggle room with Miguel if they wanted. But you know, who knows what they're gonna do. Personally speaking, I'm not. I don't. I would much rather see more new characters. I want to see somebody new. Of course, I'm selfish and I would like to see Lei, but if I don't get Lei, that's totally fine. It's whatever. But I would like to see more new characters added. But you know, we'll see what happens. I mean, it's not like I'm really playing the game anyway at this point. To me, it's like whatever. You know, but it'll be interesting to see what direction they take a lot of these characters. You know, because if I, you know, looking at how they handled Fahkumram and Lydia and Eddie, it is, you know, it is interesting. It is interesting. It allows me to kind of get a better sense of what they would do with Lei. Since I know Lei's moves frontwards and backwards, I could see what they could add. I could see what properties they might change. I could see what moves might actually be a guard crush. Like I could see into that crystal ball. But I would be more interested in what sort of new characters they would add, what sort of martial arts, what, you know, what type of character design. I'd be interested in that. Yeah, I mean that's pretty much what I said. Yeah, like Nina doesn't really have a weakness per se. It's kind of like a, you know, it's almost like using a computer. Do you blame, like, unless the computer is broken? So maybe that might be a wrong analogy or metaphor, but you know, a lot of times it's the end user that's the problem. You know, so if you're the user of Anna, you know, you basically have everything you possibly could fucking ask for. You know, she has like quite a few ways to launch you in the air. She has quite a few ways to sweep you. So yeah, it's she's a very amazing character. I would venture to say, I guess maybe Anna is similar, but I don't know. Like I can't really speak to Anna like that. The Avatar fighting game. I don't really know of no Avatar. I know that there's a Final Frontier for Avatar. I've seen. I think it's an open world game. I've seen that. It looks interesting, but I don't know about a fighting game. You know, if there is one, unless it's something that's not released yet. I don't know much about the Avatar universe to speak on a fighting game, but if there are some information regarding like the mechanics of the game, like how they're going to use meter, is there going to be meter, the you know, if there's guard breaks, guard cancels, shit, like the mechanics of the game, I would be interested in learning about that, and then I can give my opinion on that aspect. I didn't even know there was a Airbender game either. A lot of those, like, I didn't really follow that. I usually just really follow, like, it didn't really cross my, you know, it didn't cross me, honestly. It didn't I didn't come across anything about this Airbender business. Um Yeah, I guess maybe I'm just not in those circles. Like maybe somebody like maybe Mike Hollow would probably, because he you know, he plays a lot of like anime style fighters, so he probably has, like somebody like him would have probably heard about that game. But yeah, a lot of those anime style games I really haven't heard of, and because I don't follow a lot of those channels, a lot of that don't pop up in my feed. Usually it would be like Fatal Fury, Tekken, Mortal Kombat, you know, stuff like that. Well, I think in terms of like Anna, I will say that her archetype generally surrounded more of a 50-50 game than Nina. Nina was more of like poke pressure, and Anna was more of the 50-50, largely from her crouch state. You know, whether she does the fully crouch sweep and the other move, the mid option. That was one of the main reasons why, with that update that preceded Anna, they allowed you to enter a heat engager and do while standing moves or crouch moves, because it was largely to benefit Anna, even though other characters benefit too, but it was really Anna because it coincided with her release. Why am I feeling sleepy? Well, actually, no, I know why. Because I didn't get that much sleep last night. Boy. Let's see. God of Destruction in Tekken 5. Good old Anna. Anna and Nina. Yeah. Good old. Let's see.
I want to talk a little bit about red health regeneration. There were a lot of games where like a champion would get damaged with a lot of remaining red health, and then once that red goes away, you see that gray there, and that gray is what actually heals up. People would just literally run away for a really long time, and a big factor in this was not just how easy it was to run away, you know, but mainly just how long it took for that health to regenerate. We made a regenerate at a speed which just allows players to get back into the action faster and make a decision where it's like, hey, like this player's gonna come online pretty soon, like let me get back out there. And then I want to talk a little bit about dead assists. Dead assists? What are you talking about? Well, a big change we made is really allowing you to use your assists after they've been KO'd. You see Echo off screen only has 2 bars. So even though Echo's KO'd, Tom can still do assists, can do super assists. So he's still very much in the action. And we've actually just found that a lot more fun. And when you combine that with him being able to like push block with the team button, there's a lot to do, even if you accidentally get KO'd early. Are you going to go ahead and use this super assist? You're going to use it now and clutch out the round? You're going to waste it, and then your teammate's going to be like, oh my God, you should have saved it for the next round. Now that's your decision. That's you, and then that fight is yours to fight with your teammate as well. We still want there to be some counterplay, so like I said before, Tom, if you call your assist out, yep, and you'll notice like that's a 7-second cooldown, and it's a long time, you know, and so you can, you know, get your window back to try to turn the tides there.
Finally, we felt like super jumps were too predictable and also received similar feedback in that vein. So as a result, we allow you to hold forward, back, or down to drift in these directions for a super jump, allowing you to keep your opponent guessing and have, you know, a bit more freedom in how you navigate a number of situations. So this is my regular super jump right here, right? I can get that same distance and like hold it back. You can also hold down when you super jump to sort of, affect the angle much more. So we just wanted to give you, a little bit more agency over your jump arc with super jumps. Yeah, we had a lot of work that we wanted to do in order to improve clarity and excitement, whether you're playing or spectating. This also lined up with a ton of feedback that you all provided us around experiences with both. One note we heard was sometimes in a match, champions were too close together and it was pretty hard to tell what was happening. So as a result, we increased the collision pill size so that now they are more visually separated during combat. Assist cooldown. So we heard from you all that the location for the assist cooldown timer was too far from the action. So we centralized this around the match timer. That way, it's easier to see in the middle than it is on the sides of the screen where it was before. Another thing that we heard were wall bounces were really fast and hard to follow up on. So we changed the animation for it and slowed it down a bit to make for easier combos. So here, I'm gonna jump up so you can combo me. Yeah, and so, Jinx right here is falling, much slower than she would have in Alpha Lab 1, so it just makes it a lot easier to follow up on. So handshake tag, we received a lot of feedback that handshake tag, while your assist was getting hit, was not only confusing, but frustrating as well, so we just took that functionality out. So, Tom, maybe... Yeah. Tom, you come, yeah, and then I'm gonna try to handshake tag and I can't.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So get hit one more time.
Yeah, that always faults.
Yeah. So I'm trying to handshake tag and I can't.
Nash. Oh my God.
So bad block indicators. So we heard that sometimes it's really hard to understand how you got opened up, especially in hectic heat of the moment battles. So we decided to add an indicator for incorrect blocking. So for example, I'm going to be blocking low here and Sean's going to hit me high.
Let me just stand. Let me hit you with the normal low, just so you can see the difference. Got it. So just stand there.
Yeah. So that's me getting hit normally, and then this is me, blocking high. Hey.
See the yellow shards coming off.
Yeah. And same thing with overheads.
That's interesting.
And you can see here that we've actually, the colors are a bit more striking, whether it's high or low, so that you can tell the difference between getting hit high or low. So you'll know exactly why you got hit, and you'll be able to defend against those situations in the future. So celebrating outplays. Finally, when you do something amazing, we want to make sure that everyone in and out of the game knows it, and the height matches and skill required to reach this moment. So now a successful physical parry, we put some presentation on it. So we've slowed it down. Yeah,
wow.
Very, very rare moment. So we put some presentation on it. We added some time dilation and and we wanted to make sure that the effects weren't covering up the champs as well. So clarity and presentation. Similarly, we've added new presentation on the moment when you punish a retreating guard. Let me block high and then. Okay, so as you can see, we have some, we're slowing down for additional.
Oh, okay. I saw the slowdown.
We consider this a big outplay moment.
Yeah, it's also pretty cool since you have a little bit more time to hit confirm and see what.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So I'll show you. Go to block.
Well, yeah, Fatal Fury is definitely not a game that's it's a little bit more challenging to play than Street Fighter. I'll tell you that much.
We got there.
Yeah, so it's presentation, clarity, but also gives you a bit more time to hit confirm.
As you guys have seen, Jinx is our newest champion. We are super excited. She is our take on a zoner character. It's really important that we have a broad variety of archetypes, and this is our first true sort of keep you out and frustrate your character. She's like a genius inventor. She's created all these gadgets, and she uses them to fight and keep you at bay and frustrate you. She's all about disruption, chaos, explosions, and just has a lot of fun doing it. And her game plan is basically to kind of fill the screen with garbage and stay one step ahead of you, frustrate you, confuse you, and just take you down that way.
God, I love her taunts. They're so good. I'll start with her normals. She's got a little light, medium, heavy, and she's got her little crouch light, medium, heavy. Her down forward light's a little slide, get some distance. And then, she's got a running medium attack, which is the low, and you can combo off of it, which is really cool. So she can go in. She's not just keep you out forever. You might want to pick your spots to go in. She's also got down forward heavy, which is an overhead.
Whoa.
And she can combo off of it and do some stuff there.
Oh, nice.
But yeah, she's got a couple things here, and one thing I want to call out too is her M's all use her zapper, and that will actually come into play with how it interacts with her kit, which I'll go over in a second. I want to talk about her specials. So she's bringing out Pow Pow, and she's shooting that machine gun. The cool thing is, as you saw, mine only did 6 hits, but Clock's did 12. It's because you can hold it. So you just want to hold it and grind it out, you can, which is really fun. You can also hold up to extend it. And so you can hold it and then hold up and hold it. You can get 20 hits out of this thing, which is pretty fun. You know, we'll talk about like yeah, that's a really cool point as well. One of Jinx's unique abilities is that she can cancel her S1s into her S2, and so her S2 is missile, and she can cancel
doing tag
into missile.
I'll play the game,
lift them up,
but I definitely have to learn the game though.
So she does have a lot of opportunities.
But I mean, I don't know.
Both her
I can't say I'm gonna like stick with it, but I'm definitely interested in trying it. In fact, I'm gonna play it in a couple hours because it's gonna go live
you can combo this
in about
like when they jump in,
4.5 hours.
and try to follow up, which is really cool.
So I'm definitely gonna give it a try.
So she's grinding it out midair, which is really cool as well.
Because I'm already more interested right now in trying this than fucking Tekken. I'll tell you that much.
You can cancel it right away. So that is unique to her. All right, let's talk about her S2 specials. So that's her rocket. She's shooting that out of her awesome weapon, Fishbones. You can shoot one on the ground. You can shoot it in the air. You can also hold it, which takes a second.
Oh, believe me, it's gonna be.
She can also shoot
I am definitely going to be going from scratch, and I like doing
She's also
I like doing that,
which is a rocket jump.
just to kind of
down forward,
show like,
back.
hey, this
So
is
really
this is how I
movement
approach
option that
things.
she can
You
act out
know,
of.
this is how I
And
set
also,
things
it's
up.
OTG,
This
so
is
you can
what
find
I'm.
some fun stuff with that. And then she has a back S.
It's kind of
so you
like
might
my
notice this
approach.
Mirror, just above the super bars.
So it
with
should
her
be of
zapper.
some interest to
When
some
it's
people.
full, you hit back S2. She shoots a zapper projectile, and this thing
It's
lights
kind of
you up,
also like what I
electrifies you,
wanted to
you know, free
do
follow.
on a like outside of that, like when I decided to play
I know
Assassin's
you're trying to
Creed
go for that zapper.
Shadows
Look,
again.
we definitely got that
Because
on
I've
tape,
been
all
watching
right?
a lot of
Also, we'll talk a lot
ninja
about, like, her traps,
stuff on
and
YouTube,
how her kind of kit, like,
and
revolves
I would
around
love
and
to like
interacts
let
with
stuff
them.
play,
So
but
the
I
first
don't
thing is
know
she's
if
got chompers.
the color
You do this with
copyright
forward
would work.
S1,
But I was watching
you
this
tap it, and it has this little
a few
control of,
ninja-based things,
front back,
and it's
and then
like,
after a
you
bit of
know,
time, it explodes.
when I watch
Again,
people
for counterplay,
play
if you hit her, or she
Shadows,
blocks, like, it goes away.
it's
You
like
can also just knock that thing away with
their
projectiles
approach to
or
using
attacks,
Naue
and
is so
it'll disappear.
fucking off.
Then she can also
It's like
hold
they're
forward
using her like she's like
S1
a beat 'em
throw
up
the
character
chopper. And
when
that's
she's a
actually really
ninja.
cool.
Like you
You
should.
notice the eyes
The
are
whole
completely
point
off
of a
when she's throwing it.
ninja
It's
in
not
terms of their
active. So go ahead
approach
and throw it at me, Clark.
is misdirection.
So even though it hit me,
You know, if there's like, for
it's
instance, like
still
there's
on the
2
ground
enemies
active.
on the screen,
but then
I'm not
once
trying
it's active,
to
if it touches you,
take them
it's
both
gonna
out
lock on,
in
it's
some
gonna explode
fucking
after a little bit of
glorious
time.
like
So the name of
combat.
the game is, like,
You
do you
know,
put it
I want to
out?
try to create a
But
distraction
then do you use
to
your
lure
buttons
one
in
away
really
from
cool
the
ways to get
other,
it over to the
take
opponent,
out
right?
the
And so,
main dude,
you know, like when you
and
look at
then
this,
when
like,
the other
gem,
one's
when you
coming
look at this
back to see
S1,
that the other
there's
guy
a
got
lot of
killed,
ways you
they're
can
gonna go
interact with
investigate,
choppers.
and then I go
Yeah,
and
you can
take
do
and
stuff
get
like
the
that.
drop on
That's
the other
actually
dude.
ridiculous.
That's basically you know, so
Oh yeah, exactly.
that's how I
And
like
so,
to approach
and another
the
really cool thing
game.
too
And
is,
also, I found that
her
there's a way
assists,
you can
speaking of
deactivate
choppers,
a lot of the
you
HUD
have
or
to, like,
most of
parry
it.
the explosion,
Should be
but
more
it's
of an
something you really
immersive
have to pay attention
experience.
to.
And
And then, of course, her
yeah, so
back
I'm looking.
assist
I was actually gonna
for
fuck it.
S2.
I was
Was
actually
that
gonna
a parry
fuck with it
attempt?
today.
Maybe.
And I was gonna play that.
yeah,
The original
that's
idea
pretty good shit.
was
Okay, we got it,
I
we
was
got
gonna
it.
play
That's like one of her,
the game
little traps. Another one is
until
monkey.
this
You do this with
2XKO
down S1.
game
And she
launches.
puts this monkey out.
But,
and it'll
you
go
know,
across
here I
the
am
screen.
yapping
Once it
about X,
reaches,
Y, and Z.
The champion, it explodes the enemy champion. However, you can hit the down S1 again, and she can raise or lower.
No,
the
you don't
height,
have to play. You
which
don't
is
have
really
to.
fun.
Well,
And
I don't know if they're
Tom
going to have
mentioned before,
options
hey,
for
hitting the
you to
choppers with,
play
like,
or
you
to
know,
do
her
real world
specials and normals.
stuff.
You can do the
Like in
same
terms
thing
of
with monkey
currency,
as well. You can smack
to my
it,
understanding,
kind of
you
bounce into each
can
other.
play this game
And then,
like
you
any
do
other
stuff
free-to-play
like this. Here, I'll
game.
go ahead and reset
I
it,
gather
to the middle.
they're probably going to have things
So
you
just
could buy. I mean,
So, don't
I'm
move.
assuming.
So you can do stuff like
but you can
this.
play the game for free.
Let's
And
see
I
if
even
can-
heard that
let's see if we can
the
try
new
it.
character, the sniper character, Caitlyn, I heard that you can buy her
There's a lot of really clever
if you
things
want to
can
have
do
her
with it,
like right away.
and it
But
really
there's
depends on the
something
timing
there's
and how
something
you
in
execute
the
there.
game,
But another cool
like an
thing
event
with
that you
Monkey
can
is
go
that,
through,
you can actually charge it
and
with
you
your
can
zap.
play through that,
So,
and you can
that's
unlock
your
her that
zapper
way.
special, you know,
So,
under with the
so
bar
yeah,
above
it
the
doesn't
screen, but
sound
also
to me like they
command
have
bar.
things
So let me go
in the
ahead and show
game
you
that you
what that looks
have
like.
to buy.
So if you
It's
hit
all
it,
optional.
it actually like gets charged, it goes faster, and then it's gonna.
I
like,
have a question. Since you're
quickly
saying you're
electrify
playing
and you
from
get a
scratch, did
combo
you
afterwards,
prefer the
which is
retro
really fun.
age of fighting games where
Same,
tech
if you
was
do this with the
rumor?
zapper,
Oh, of course. Shit. like at that
maybe
time,
hits, maybe it doesn't.
you know,
see if you could time it better than
things
I can.
that, and that's
again,
that's
this
pretty
one's a
good
little
question.
interesting. That's fairly durable. Projectiles. So if you just,
Most of the
you hit
time,
it with a normal attack, it'll kill it. But try shoot.
throughout my
rockets at
whole
it.
life, I've always had to figure shit out. Whether it was me getting
Yeah,
stuck
so
inside of
just
a,
push it back really.
you know, an
So
RPG,
That's one of the
like an
strengths
action
compared to Chompers, which
RPG,
just gets destroyed by everything. And so,
like
let's
for
talk a little bit
instance,
about our
like
supers.
way,
So,
way
S1
back. This
super,
probably
which you remember,
I'll
is
have to
S1
say
plus
before
any
some of you
normal,
were
so we'll do
born.
S1 and L. She puts
There was a
this big rock
part
in there and a
in
bunch of
Legend of
fireworks occur.
Zelda
So a really cool thing you can do is you can
where
just,
you're
run up
like
and do,
in this
light, medium, heavy,
maze,
hold S1,
and if you
up S1,
choose the
and then-
wrong
and then do
direction,
S1
you
super
go
and
right
get
back
that
to the
rocket
the starting
going.
point.
And this is a really fun super
And
because if you can get them
so
in the
I
sweet
would
spot
have,
of the
you know,
explosions,
we didn't have
does a ton
YouTube back
of
then,
damage.
so I had to figure this shit
also,
out.
you know,
Now,
it's good to
there,
catch
I will
jumpers,
admit, there were
and,
certain
another thing I wanna
times
talk about a little
where
bit as
I
well
did,
is
because I had
that's two
Nintendo
supers.
Power,
So this
it
one
was a
is,
magazine back in the day, and it used to have
takes
two
that zapper
sections
and
in it.
charge it and shoots
One
a
was
big beam.
classified
It
information,
doesn't do as much
and the
damage
other
as
one was
fireworks in the sweet
Counselor's
spot,
Corner.
but it's
Those who
great
know
for
will
killing
know.
assists,
So
and
sometimes,
hitting,
if
like,
you're
multiple
lucky,
people at once.
they would
Also, once
feature
you
your
activate it,
game that you're
after that,
playing
you
at that
can
time and
activate,
give you a
pull
tip.
up,
If
and then go
not,
upwards.
then you're
So you
just
can do
fucking
it.
assed
If someone
out. You
tries
just
to
got to
jump,
figure
you
that
can
shit out.
react, during that freeze. You can also
And
shoot it,
but I
shoot it straight in
prefer
the air
that, you
or
know.
straight down,
I
as
prefer
Clock showed.
because once you finally
And we'll see
do
if we can,
overcome
see
it,
if we can
it
get this
feels a lot better
easy.
knowing that
It's really
you
bad.
did it
Jesus.
and you wasn't
I was
gifted
doing
it.
the wrong one. I was doing
And I
this one.
think that's probably
so yeah, you can shoot
contributing
that
to
down, you
why
can shoot it straight.
I hate this
So
whole
you can try to
heat
parry. Oh,
aspect
let's see
of
if we can parry this
Tekken,
thing. Hold on, let's see if
where
we can
it's a
parry this.
mechanic that's gifted to you.
You do
It's
hate
not
to see him
something that's
misplay. You
earned,
do hate to see
and
him
it's
misplay, but we like
and
the
not
attempt.
on
If
and
y'all
on
can parry
top of
send me a
that,
clip. Send us all a
it's
clip. We
just
wanna see
something
it.
so
And you
oppressive
better not whiff at
that
the end
there's
either. It has to
very
be like a
little
parry
that
to
you can
punish.
do about it
That
defensively.
side, though, there's a lot
So
of edges
so
to
yeah,
go
I
into
always
the beam.
prefer
You have
to
S1 plus S2,
try
which is
to
circles.
do and
This is,
solve things
one
on
of my
my own.
favorites. It's really
Like
sick.
for instance, there's a
So,
game that I
he
really
hits his
like
button, lets it
where
rip,
if I, you know, maybe
and
if
this
I
thing comes
increase
down, and it
my
explodes and does a lot of
audience
damage.
over
The
time,
really cool thing
it's
is
a
it
game
kinda
called
tracks the
Tunic.
opponent's
I
location
think
a
I
little bit,
played it
and
every
that
now. I think I
super
played it a
mega
few
rocket
times
will
on
land, like,
stream.
right in front of
It's
them.
kind of like a
But
Legend of
also,
Zelda type game.
its
It's a
height
very
doesn't change,
cozy,
so if, like, they're in
little
the air,
fun
it will
game,
hit them, in
but
the air as it's
it does
falling,
have
which is
some
really cool. We'll see if we can
some
maybe,
interesting
manufacture that.
puzzles and you can get
button.
lost in it because it doesn't really hold your hand
so you
on
see it
okay,
brought
do
clock
this
down,
or go here.
which is really
It
cool
doesn't.
as well.
You just have to figure that shit
And
out.
yeah, I showed you a little bit
And
of the assist.
so I do
wanna show you
appreciate
the
those
super
games.
assist, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, I love Tunic. I think
She
it's.
shoots a
I
big
really
spread.
hope
And,
that
you know,
they
some
do
of our, super
make another
assists,
one.
They do
But if
look
they
like,
don't,
existing supers in the game. But you know,
that game is
sometimes we want it to be a little bit different.
absolutely amazing.
You know, we're definitely
Absolutely
experimenting with a lot
amazing.
of different shapes here. Because it's a pretty fun moment when you come back and your assist helps and gets through it. And so we'll go ahead and reset. We'll go ahead and set the health so I can show you a little bit about like.
Yeah, it's like what Vladimir says. Yeah, like a lot. Most of these free-to-play games,
a really fun one.
that's how they're
that
really
uses,
making
a
their
couple
money
traps.
is
you
off
can
of the
throw
little
chompers out,
knickknacks you
throw this
decide
out,
to
zap,
buy
wait for the explode, throw it
over
out,
the course of the
hit the
game.
beam,
So if you
see
want to,
I
if
timed
you
it right.
feel like, you know, you want to go and play the game and like, hey, you want like this new cosmetic, well, that does go to you know, helping out the
We'll give it one
developer,
more try and we'll see if we can do
you know,
it.
whatever.
We'll see if we can try it.
So
Okay.
I do
We'll do
appreciate
this.
that.
We'll do this, that. Wait for the chompers to explode.
I don't think
throw
that,
it.
like, I think the
Beam, second
issue
hit.
with these type of things is if there's something
do it, I
that you
did do
can
it.
buy that will
I
give
did-
you
I
an
did it too early,
advantage.
but you get the idea.
Like, and that's where you get
Yeah.
into the realm of pay to win.
Yeah, absolutely. So
That
one
is the
cool thing
stuff
you can do is,
I'm
like,
not a
like I
fan
said
of,
before,
and
down
you
forward
tend to
heavies
see
are
a lot of
hurt.
that in like first-person shooters,
You can do
and-
something
well,
like that.
some
where
of
you
them,
can,
not all.
do a rocket jump, immediately like cancel that into
You know,
her,
but,
her Air S1.
You
and
know,
then
for
go
this
right
game,
into
it just
the
seems
laser.
like it's just more
Yeah, one of the bread and
cosmetics,
butters that I use is
outfits. They
just
might
a
have like a
screen
little,
combo that I showed
you know, like a
earlier,
little,
which is
like just cosmetics, just vanity
oh, wrong
things.
super.
Second hit.
I don't. Yeah,
Oh.
I think so. But you can do it with yours average charged.
Oh yeah. Let me go. Yeah. So it's just like light, medium,
Yeah,
heavy,
godlike came from me.
full hold, cancel on a rocket, zap.
Into zap,
If I was a little quicker, should we get the full? Oh, we got the full. We get the full. Let's see you do it.
So what is up with the term godlike and people in the FGC? Maybe it's a
There you go.
region thing
nice.
because Fighting
I'll go
GM
ahead
says
and,
that shit
yeah, like
hella.
the one I think is the most
So
fun is really
yeah,
just, like,
so
lightning
the
and
term
heavy,
godlike,
lift it up and then do,
100%.
the
I've said this on
fireworks.
another
The cool thing is you can
stream.
start setting up.
That
So I'm
term
putting a
came
monkey
from
out,
me.
I'm
That
throwing
term
the chompers,
originated from
and
me.
there's like already stuff coming at him on the screen. Yo, how dare you hit that thing down?
Early,
That's
like
disrespectful.
early,
Let me
like
go ahead and,
years
I
ago.
wanna
This
show you,
was
like,
around.
two more really
If
fun
you want to
combos
think
again,
of
just to kinda
say
get the
Tekken
juice flowing. These are pretty
5.0,
hard. They took
right?
me some
Around
time to
Tekken
practice.
5.0
Didn't make these
time.
up. Shouts to the team that
I would
made them
even
up.
say,
So
in
one
fact,
thing I wanna
no.
show
I
off,
would say because I'm
was
trying to
this,
think when I
uniform
started
she
to go to
has,
Chinatown
backhead.
Fair. I think it was
And
around
this is cool
Tekken
because,
4.
it puts her airborne.
So
you can shoot a missile right after it.
around
You can
Tekken
do a lot of really
4,
cool stuff after
I
it.
got
So,
introduced
I wanna kinda
thanks
show
to a
you,
friend of
one
mine
thing that's
in
cool. See
Queens
if we can get it here.
to go to Chinatown Fair, which was Manhattan, New York. And I used to use this term called king. So I would say, yo, that shit is king. You know, and another friend of mine that
How
we
you use her
unfortunately
normals in
fell out
conjunction
of
with, all of her
fell out of
traps
contact.
is just
And
really like makes her fun. You know, so a lot of us
I
we're
think
excited to see y'all
I
dig
was
into
getting
it. I'll
bored
leave
with
you off
it,
just one
so
more.
I was like,
This
well,
one's,
what
like,
can I
pretty hard
say
for
that's
me, and
still
so
hype,
I'm gonna need a lot of tries.
but
Need some
was
cheering,
beyond
from y'all to see if we
like
can get
king?
this.
Believe in you, Sean.
Like I'm like, all right,
one
well, I
might-
can
thank you.
emperor. Like, oh, that's emperor. I was like,
I'm
that
gonna
shit
try to
sounds
get,
kind of
Darius'
corny.
assist
It's
and
too
use
long,
some
too many syllables.
We'll see how it goes.
So I was thinking, and then one day I was watching somebody do something,
there.
and I just blurted out, yo, that shit was fucking godlike. And then people in the fucking arcade was like, yo, what the fuck?
Oh my
And then I just started saying it,
Let's go.
and
Alright.
eventually
So,
just popped off.
I'm
And
glad
then
I
what
got
ended up
that.
happening
I'm glad I
was
got that.
because
Just let me know.
Chinatown
So
Fair
shouts to the team.
was
Love
one
how
of,
James
if not
works.
the,
There's just
well,
so
I want
many
to say the
crazy
most
interactions,
famous
that
arcade
y'all
in
come up with
America,
here, and
but
we can't wait to
it was
see just
very
really
well
break it
known.
open.
So
So
we would
should we, like,
have
play some
people from
matches?
California
Hell yeah.
come
Yeah, let's
to,
do it.
to Chinatown
Matches.
Fair.
Yeah, I was figuring
We'd
we
have
could
people
actually
from
do this
down
in,
south. We'd have people
the
from
new
like
ranked lobby that
Europe.
we're cooking up.
So every now
Everything
and
we run
then,
through
when
today
we'd have
and
that,
more will be available in Alpha Lab
God
2.
like started
That
to
playtest is going
spread
run from
because
April
my
15th
friends would
to
start
20th
saying
in the
it,
United
and then when
States,
I
Canada,
wasn't
and
there,
Brazil.
they'd
We
it's
really wanna
it's
know
like
how
it just
these
caught
changes are
fire.
landing for you
And
compared to Lab 1. So
once
be
I
sure
started
tell
to
us
see
what you
more and
think.
more people
Invited
say it,
as we continue to put
and I
together
started
this
to
game,
understand
we
more
understand
about
our path to
business,
launch.
I was like,
We'll be sure to
fuck,
keep you in the loop.
I should have
So
fucking
stay
did
tuned
something
for
with
updates
that.
when we're ready. Can't say exactly
Then
when
you
that will
had
be,
something
but
called
promise
Godlike
we'll keep you guys
Apparel.
well-informed as we
They,
understand more.
I don't
For
know
now,
if they're
let's
still
go to
around,
the
but
match.
they did something
Right,
with the
thanks.
term and made like an actual an apparel line. And this was years ago, but yeah, if I could go back in time, knowing what I know now, I would have definitely, like, you know, did something legally with that term, 100%. But I would say it's my little small contribution to the fighting game community, because I have seen every fucking body use that shit left and right, and many people don't understand where that really originated. But well, now you heard it, so yeah. You still can't understand how we accept. Yeah. So let me see if let me read this out. So you still can't understand how we accept that it's normal to pay $60 or more for a fighting game, to pay for characters, a battle pass, and now stages. It's insane. So Vladimir, this is the thing I've said about this whole scenario, this whole it's a business, and a lot of times these games increase in price, or should I say increase in cost. Sorry, increase in cost over the years, and you know, in terms of development costs, the engine that the game is based off of, everything. So this is the development team's way of making extra side money for the project, because initially, I think I've said this before, when a developer, unless they're independent, if a developer is under a publisher, the developer will have the idea to make XYZ game, They're going to come up with a budget. They're going to run that budget past the publisher. The publisher will either greenlight it or not, or they'll haggle on the amount of money. Then the developer will get started on making the game. So they need to make that money back. So what these other developers started to do was have DLC. And that takes many forms across fighting games, adventure games, first-person shooters. So this is their way to try to make extra money. Now, the controversial aspect of it is that the consumer, you and I, we can argue that, well, you know what? They're gatekeeping content that they already have, but they're not releasing it at launch. They're drip feeding it. Well, that is true, but that is also their way to try to make that extra money. So the argument is going to be one where it's going to be my side versus your side. From the developer standpoint, they're trying to make that extra money. From the consumer standpoint, they're like, well, if it's already made, why didn't you just add it into the base game? Why am I paying, like you just said or asked, why am I paying extra money for something that should be in the base game? So that argument is always going to persist, but I'd like to think that some of the answers I'm giving here would help, at least help understand, even if you don't agree. Now, the thing that I don't agree with is when they're charging premium price for something that is very low effort. That's the thing I don't like. If you want to go and you want to add something to the game because you want to make your little extra bread, that's fine. But don't go charging for shit where all of a sudden, you know, you're asking me to pay a premium level price when what you're offering me is fucking shit. That's the thing that I'm not a fan of. That's the thing I'm not a fan of. You know, so, but it's going to be an ongoing thing of, you know, oh, this should have been in a base game. This shouldn't. You know, we see that with certain characters, right? With season 1 for Tekken 8. You know, many people believe that Eddie Gordo should have been part of the fucking base roster. Like, why am... And then the controversy of, if you look at Lydia and Fakamram, Lydia, from what I understand, was the last character to be added to Tekken 7. And then she's what, the second character of the season 1 DLC? Like, that's kind of odd. So it's you almost feel like if you bought Lydia in Tekken 7, you feel like you're just buying her again, you know, as opposed to her being a part of the base roster. And if you are going to buy a particular character, let it be a character that was offered in DLC in much earlier in the Tekken 7 lifespan, or have it as a brand new character. I think that would be more accepting, you know, but, you know, I think that's going to be a slippery slope because, like I said, there's going to be people that's going to have a lot of opinions on this, but I do see it as just another way for the developer to make a certain amount of money. And, you know, and I'm all for people getting as much as they can get, but at least have it to where it's of value. You know, I have seen a lot of times over the decades where you would have something that is of very low quality, and instead of it being represented in the price, they're trying to charge you a premium price for shitty content. And that's where I put my foot down. You know, like, for instance, if you look at something like, I'll give you an example, like Witcher 3. The Witcher 3 has legendary DLC where both expansions that they gave, pretty much everybody agrees it is well worth the price of admission. You know, it wasn't a half-ass effort. It was graphically very good. Storyline, it was great. The pricing was fair. I actually feel they could have charged more. And, you know, you were given something that really, it really felt like you were getting your money's worth. And when DLC is done that way, I'm 100% on board for it. But when you have DLC where it's like you know, it's just a half-ass effort, that's the thing that I'm just not a fan of, in my opinion. You know, and then a lot of times people, as Jules just said, you know, many people tend to wait for the completed edition, or was it the Game of the Year edition, and I would elect to do that myself, mainly from the position of the developers will have figured out the game, meaning sometimes a game is released in such a bad state where it has a lot of performance issues, there are a lot of bugs, a lot of glitches, and when the game is released, you as the consumer is essentially a fucking beta tester. You're basically beta testing the game for them. And you know, in summary, I would say, shit, maybe you should have paid me a salary because I literally beta tested your game. You know, and then maybe like a year after, here comes the complete edition, the Game of the Year edition, where now everything is fixed. And it kind of tells you that, well, this game clearly should have been released at this point, not that year earlier. Because when it was released a year earlier, it clearly was not ready for prime time. And we've seen that with games like Battlefield 5, Street Fighter 5, Mortal Kombat 1, Dead or Alive 6, Dragon Ball Fighters, and so many other games that has come out and was forced out largely because of the publisher before the game was actually optimized. So now you, as a consumer, buy the game. It runs like shit, and you're playing the game for fucking a year and change, and then here comes the new edition that even is less money in some cases, but it's the complete edition, and you're like, yo, you just have that feeling you got scammed in a way, you know, and that really upsets the fan base. So yeah, when it comes to DLC and what I just mentioned in terms of like the developer actually taking more time and bringing out a complete product that works, you know, I think those are fair requests that we as consumers, we will buy a game and invest our money into your game that works properly, that is not fucking like still in its fucking alpha stages, you know. And then if you're gonna have DLC, if you're gonna have downloadable content, at least let's get something quality. You know, let's get something quality. And that's basically my argument on that. Oh, I'm definitely putting that up. I'm definitely putting that up on YouTube. Yeah, Jules, yeah, the Fallout 4, yeah, that shit was wild. But I tell you, the problem is when it comes to the Fallout 4 situation, that was a scenario where Bethesda, they have a bunch of naive fans that will continue to buy the same game over and over and over again. So they're going to press their advantage. And that's what they did with that anniversary. You know, so it is what it is. Super Power Man, what's up? Let me see. No, I don't want to get Jules started. Well, actually, maybe I do want to get Jules started because, you know, it might be more entertaining for the chat. I'm pretty sure everybody has their own thoughts and grievances on different DLC that's came out that was kind of like a piece of shit. You know, whether the DLC was shit or the game at launch was shit, either way, you're going to feel some sort of way buying that game at launch, especially if you're the sort that buys the deluxe edition or the fucking master level edition, and you spent all that money to get a product that is barely out of fucking beta stage and DLC that's later added, and you're like, what the fuck is this shit? You know, another issue I've seen, I don't know of many other games, but I have seen this with Assassin's Creed Valhalla, where they would have a season pass, but then they would have something else. Like for instance, I think from what I can remember, Valhalla had 2 season passes, and then they ended up coming out with something called Dawn of Ragnarok or some shit like that. But that was not included in a season pass. That was a completely separate thing. So I'm not too sure of the particulars of that one. But when I go on my Xbox and I read the Xbox reviews, that's usually one of the main criticisms I see, that there are people that feel like they've got, you know, scummed out by them buying a season pass, but then this Dawn of Ragnarok thing comes out and it's not included in the actual pass. So if you go and buy the season pass, you're expecting that Dawn of Ragnarok is going to be included, but it's not. And there are people that would complain and say that that was deceptive marketing and business practices. But then again, I mean, shit, it's Ubisoft, right? Oh, man. But you know what? That's the thing with Valhalla. You know, I believe me, I haven't even beaten the game. I actually own. Do I own the? Yeah, I own the season 1 and season 2 DLC of Valhalla. I never got around to buying the Ragnarok. Why? Because I'm like, well, I haven't beaten the game yet, so I can buy the Dawn of Ragnarok shit, you know, after, you know what I'm saying? It's like the same way with Cyberpunk 2077. They have that DLC, Liberty City, I think it's called Liberty something, with I think it was Idris Elba is in the game. Well, there's no need for me to invest in that because I haven't even beaten Cyberpunk. I'm not even close. So I can hold off on that, and by the time I do get around to beating Cyberpunk, that Liberty DLC is probably going to be stupid cheap. So that's why, like, I'm not always in a hurry to buy a game's DLC if it's like a role-playing game or a story-based game, because it's probably going to take me X amount of time, weeks, months, sometimes years, and then by the time I end up finding that time to invest in that DLC will be a lower price. Yeah, the thing with the Attack on Titan from Assassin's Creed Shadows, I mean, you know, Assassin's Creed Shadows, like, oh my God, man, that's a game that has, I'm so mad for that game, because that I will say this until the fucking cows come home, or until I'm blue in the face. Assassin's Creed Shadows 100% should be the #1 selling Assassin's Creed game, period. It is beyond a shadow of a doubt the most requested setting ever. I've said this, nobody gave a fuck about Italy. Nobody cares about being a fucking Viking. They wanted to run around as either a pirate or a fucking ninja. That's what people wanted to do in Assassin's Creed. You might have like 10 people that wanted to be a fucking in the industrial times, like Assassin's Creed Syndicate or some shit like that. You might got 5 or 10 people, but the vast majority of the fan base, after AC1, they're like, when are we going to feudal Japan? That's it. So with all that controversy with Yasuke and all that bullshit, I was like, fuck, man, how do you screw this up? The game, for me, great game. I love the ninja aspect, but they caused too much controversy for themselves. And then, as Jules then mentioned, the Attack on Titan thing, it looked a little weird. I watched the trailer of it. I honestly feel they should have went a different direction with that, but that was the crossover they wanted. I would love to know how that deal came about. I don't know if that was Ubisoft's call. I don't know if the anime reached out and said, hey, let's do business. I would love to know how that arrangement came to be. But from what I see and read, a lot of people didn't like that crossover. They either thought it was a little too out there or they just didn't like it. And then you probably do have a few people that did like it, but I think it wasn't overwhelmingly well received. And that's just kind of like, that's what I've seen. I think when I approach Assassin's Creed Shadows, it's really going from approaching it from the Tenchu standpoint, the old game Tenchu I used to play. And when I heard that one of the updates they made for the game was allowing you to revisit castles, have different enemy placements, and like corrupted castles or something like that, I actually prefer them to explore that more, because I had this idea in my mind. And this is from another game that many people know, and that's Metal Gear Solid 5, right? The open world Metal Gear game. And in that game, and I don't know how it would translate to Shadows, but in Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, if you encounter an enemy along the road in the open world and they spot you and you don't take that person out, they can alert the next base camp that they go toward. So when you enter that base, it's almost like they're already on alert because they were alerted by that one dude you didn't take down. It would be pretty cool if Shadows had a similar kind of thing where, once you're going to this one particular location, instead of everybody being on alert, everybody there is on alert, like they're expecting you. And so now they're wound up. I would have liked that, you know what I'm saying? But and more weapons, I would have loved for Naoe to have the Sai. If you look at Raphael from Ninja Turtles or Melina from Mortal Kombat, I would have wished she would have had the Sai. Even though it wasn't traditionally a ninjutsu weapon, it's a weapon that stemmed from Okinawa, including I believe the nunchaku. But I would have loved for Naoe to have that. But I don't know. But yeah, I enjoy Shadows for me personally, and I definitely going to get around to playing that game again and using Naoe in the way that would be more closely represented of her being an actual shinobi, not somebody just mashing fucking buttons and just, playing her like you're playing Ninja Gaiden 4. Like, I want to stick to the shadows. I want to hunt people down. I want to thin the numbers. I want to cause distractions. That's the way a ninja should be played. Unless you're in that situation where you have to fight, you have no choice. And that's basically that's pretty much how a ninja was. A ninja didn't go and start shit. A ninja fought because they had to, and they fought enough to get away. That's how a ninja operated, you know. But of course, it's a video game. You can play it however way you wish. But I can tell you, when I'm watching other streamers play AC Shadows, if I'm seeing them using Naue, running at like sprinting at top speed, going everywhere, and just fighting every fucking body, I usually turn the stream off. I'll be honest. I usually turn that shit the fuck off. I have no interest in watching that. Because for me, that's immersion breaking for me. I don't care if somebody is at the edge of a roof and they're literally sitting there for 2 to 3 minutes waiting for that one soldier to move a different direction. I will sit there and watch because I'm looking to see, okay, are they it's entertaining for me to see how somebody else is going to approach something from a stealth standpoint. But I understand that's not as entertaining for some people, and that's fine. We all different strokes with different folks. But if there's a stealth option in a game, I am always going to take it. I'm always going to take that shit. And if I'm feeling hella salty, if I get spotted in the game, I will be on some save scumming shit and I'll reload the fucking checkpoint and I will do that shit until I get the ghost ranking. Fuck that. Because if people see me rage quit in Tekken or lose my mind in Tekken because I got hit by a rage art, if I'm trying to be stealthy in a game like Assassin's Creed or Far Cry or some other game like that, and if I get spotted, yeah, you will see me rage the fuck out and fucking reset the checkpoint. I don't give two fucks. So I'm like, yo, I don't want nobody to see me. I want to get that bonus. And sometimes I'll even make it even more difficult for myself. I won't kill anybody. If I have a target, only the target gets killed. Sometimes I'll like make my own challenge where, all right, either I'll knock out everybody else or I'll misdirect everybody else. And I only enter to kill that one target. That to me is fucking badass. Fuck that. Oh, what's up, in television? That's it, exactly. Yeah. Jules, you would be so surprised that many people don't grasp that concept. Many people like it's so cringy for me to use the word cringe when I watch people play AC Shadows, and I don't give a fuck what you're doing with Yasuke. That character, I don't give really two shits about that character, you know. But when it comes to Naue, like I'll watch people like they're like literally sprint. Like if you're covering a long distance, this is the thing that irks me. If you're in an open world game, and you know you're gonna be covering damn near miles of territory, get on your fucking horse, please. Just get on the fucking horse. Like I can't stand watching somebody run for like 10 minutes across the fucking plains of a game, and you gotta either you have a vehicle or you have a horse. Like I can't stand that. That shit is so. You want to talk about immersion breaking? That's immersion breaking for me. I can't stand watching that. I just can't. Call me petty, but I can't stand watching that. Like I can't do it. I refuse. I fucking refuse. Oh, Vladimir. Oh, a fellow stealth lover? Oh, my brother. Origami 1 and 2. If you want a game that is probably one of the closest you will experience to Tenshu, that is not AC Shadows, Origami 1 and 2 are very, very strong contenders. It's in that now Origami 1. Now both games are made by Lince, Lince Studios. Unfortunately, the studio went out of business, which crushed my soul because I was hoping for Origami 3. Origami 1 was, I believe, a 360. You know what? Hold up. You know what? Fuck that. Let me try playing this shit. Fuck that. We gonna play some. We gonna try some fucking origami. Fuck that. Let's turn this shit on. Fuck that. This is like a good excuse for me to turn this game on. Now, Origami 1, some people may not like it because if you get spotted, that's it for you. Because the whole premise of origami is that you're like this reincarnated kind of ninja warrior where you're using the powers of shadow. It's better if I just play it because it's hard for me to kind of explain it in a way that'll make sense. But I have to hope that I can play the game from my Xbox while I'm streaming. But yeah, so Origami 1 and 2 and a 2-dimensional game called Mark of the Ninja. Those are two of the best stealth games I've played in recent memory. Because most stealth games, like, I'm going to call them stealth, most ninja games are like more run and gun, like Ninja Gaiden Rage Bound, which nothing wrong with that. Game is great. But if you're trying to play, like, you want that stealthy ninja feel, yeah, those three I mentioned, that's probably your best bet. Now, there will be people that will make the argument and the case for Sekiro. The thing is with Sekiro, because I had somebody in my comment section some time ago that was kind of like debating me that Sekiro is more like Tenchu than AC Shadows. And I'm like, I can understand why he felt that way, but Sekiro has more in common with a Souls-like than an actual Tenchu game. So, because the way Sekiro is, it's not entirely like a Souls-like, but it has more elements to a Souls-like than if you were to try to compare it directly to the old school Tenchu stealth assassin game. So when I played Origami, that was more closer to Tenchu than Sekiro is. Even though, I'm not taking nothing away from 2019's game of the fucking year. Sekiro is fucking godlike. But as a ninja stealth game, it's, you can be stealthy. Like that's where it's kind of, it's one of those things that if there was a Sekiro fanboy here in this chat, they would probably argue tooth and nail with me that I'm wrong, but it would be very different. Like, I can't overtly say they're completely wrong because I can see the argument. It just really comes down to, I'm looking at it from a purist standpoint. Like the whole deflection aspect of Sekiro, that does not exist in these games. That's where it's like, in that realm, Sekiro is more so its own game. Intravenous, did I play that game? I don't think I played that game. I'm not sure. I played that game. But I think I should. I heard. I don't know. I gotta look into it. But it sounds familiar. But I'm keeping my fingers crossed that I can actually showcase this game while I'm playing remote. I'm just accessing my app right now on Xbox app. All right, let me go to remote. Let's do that because, like I've said before, some games just work better in a remote way than others. So I'm about to find out in a moment. Origami 1 is also I think it's a 360 game. So let me just oh yeah, let's go here. I'm gonna go and share the screen. Where is it? Where's the share? Oh wait, here we are. Game capture. Oh, it's already doing it. Oh shit, I didn't realize it. Okay. All right. Let me keep my fingers crossed and see if it actually works. Oh, wait. Is it here? Oh, wait. Did I not? Oh. Oh, I see. I don't have it installed. I don't have it installed. Hold up. It ain't gonna take long to install that. Our all own games. Origami 2. Here we go. Origami 2. That's what, 9 gigs? Yeah, this shit is great. In fact, let's do Origami 2. Origami 1 is I feel Origami 2 is much better, in my opinion. All right, there we go. See how fast this goes. Yeah, the Sticks game, I am looking forward to the one that I've seen recently. It definitely looks really impressive. I honestly never played. I heard it's a franchise, but I haven't really played it yet. I think it's because I'm remote. Why my download speed is slow. Usually it's a lot faster than this. Well, anyway, it's gonna do its thing. But yeah, I love my stealth games. I love my little Metroidvania. Like this game right here is like really, really solid. So if you're into like Metroidvanias, like definitely look into After Image. It's a massive game. I think it's pretty fucking good. I have to put more time into it, but I've been so busy doing other shit. It's like $24.99. If we go to the ratings here, you can see the ratings is fucking god tier. It's like 198 people rated, and it's 77% is like 5 stars. Metroidvania that remembers the Metroid part. I like that comment. Game is well over 25 bucks. Masterpiece. Recommend. Game is really good. Pure Metroid. Yeah, this game is fucking godlike. This game is really good. I should try this on stream, actually. Actually, with me, I should try everything on fucking stream.
Yeah, like Metroidvanias are just like my favorite shit. Metroidvanias, stealth-based games. In fact, I'm actually looking to try this, you know, because I've heard, believe me, I've heard of all the controversy. I've heard of all the jokes. I know them. I know this should have been fucking Han Solo on the screen. This should have been Han Solo's game. I've heard it all, but I've also heard that the developers of this game, they did a lot of updates, and so Star Wars Outlaws, it's on Game Pass, so I'm probably gonna fuck around with that as well. So we'll see. And let me see. I got Mortal Kombat 1. I'm fucking around with that. Look at old Tekken. Look at old Tekken. The last time I played was Christmas Day, and that was only just to record a video. Oh, man. I would love to get into Kingdom Come Deliverance. I will admit this, but I just right at this point, the 30 frames per second, that shit just kills my soul. It just kills my soul. But yeah, that definitely the after image game is really good. Really solid. But yeah, another game is fucking godlike, is Blasphemous. That's another game that's really amazing. That's a Souls-like. Yeah, really, really solid. It's crazy I haven't beaten this game. It's wild. I haven't fucked with this game. I only played an hour of it. Visions of Mana. Love this game. I put 4 hours into it so far. Really good. Okay. So hopefully this game will fucking play. Hopefully. Let me see. Oh, it's still installing? Oh. Wait, what in the world? Hold on. I don't know what's going on right now. It says it's ready to start. Prince of Persia. Yeah, of course, I played. In fact, I have Dante's Inferno. Let me see. Dante's Inferno. That's another game I own. If I look at my own games, I believe I own that game. That would be under the 360, I believe. I think so. Do I own that game? Or am I bugging? No, wait. Oh, wait. I think it was the Games of Gold. I know I have this game. Hold on for a second. Game, no, wasn't that. Dante's Inferno. I've seen it. I've played it. Is it a no, wait, is it a it's not on EA? Oh, here it is. Yeah. So I have it on my service. So I can access it because I'm on Game Pass. Yeah, on my other gamer account, I've beaten this game. It's a great game. I don't I think it's a great game. I think it's good. I definitely gotta fuck with Jedi Survivor. It's like a bajillion games that I'm like so far behind on. There is no 30 there's no way you can mess with Kingdom Come Deliverance. There's no you're not running that game above 30 if you're not on PC. Some games for Xbox, yo, what is going on with this shit? I don't know what's happening with this. The fuck? Alright, I'm confused. Oh, remote play. Okay, let me see. Let me take it off remote for. Let me see if that might work. Because that's kind of weird. I never seen that. I never seen that happen before. Because there's no reason why this game should be in limbo the way it is. So I'll just deactivate the remote for right now and just see if that might work. Disconnect. Because it should be fucking working. I don't know why it's like stuck in limbo like this. This is so strange. I don't know what's happening here. Cuz I shouldn't have Oh wait, is it done now? Let me see. Oh, okay, it looks like it's done now. All right. Okay. All right, so let me go. All right, so it probably was because I was remote or whatever. It's kind of weird how that works out. All right. Hopefully this shit can work with my controller while I'm playing it this way. Hopefully. I'll start over. So for me, I really like how he walks. He walks with a stealthy purpose. And when he's in shadows, he illuminates like this. So that's when you know you're in shadow. I haven't been in a, let me see. So this is kind of like eagle vision in some sense. Where you hold the left trigger. You dash forward. That takes stamina. Left, pressing the left stick to go crouch. Let me see. Been a while since I played this game. I don't think I go this way. I think I go the other way. Hold on. Or am I bugging? Hold on. Oh, I see. Right trigger to shadow leap. Use environment to remain hidden, avoid making noise, blah, blah, blah. Left stick to crouch, become less visible. Yeah. No problem, Vladimir. Here to help. Do I go up this way? Oh, over this way, I forgot. So basically I have to recover my sword. Support items grant different instant effects that can make you different, that make the difference between winning or losing. Use a support item, open the menu wheel, left bumper, select the item, press the right bumper. So assassination or knockout. Damn. Oh shit. Getting fucked up. Yeah, Vladimir, I kind of feel like the same way, man. I'm definitely gonna be probably making myself something to eat as well, but I'll probably just let the stream just continue because it's gonna be a couple more hours anyway. All right, Ish. Definitely have a stress-free shift, man. Don't piss off none of the customers, bro. And I hope you don't get pissed off at work, though. Oh, shit. Ah, fuck. God damn it. And that is Origami 2. That is Origami 2. Ugh, man. Yeah, that is definitely quite the game. I'm happy that I can at least play it on while I'm doing this whole Xbox remote thing, because some games just don't fucking work. So I'm glad of that. I'm hoping that this Mio game works, because I would like to play that. This shit, I'm fucking getting kind of hungry. Ugh. Who said they was hungry? I think it was what, Vladimir? Yeah. Yeah, he said he was gonna take a break, make something to eat. Yeah. I kind of feel the exact same fucking way, if I'm being honest. %. But yeah, I think what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna keep this shit going, but no need for me to get the stream taken off. I'm gonna whip up something to eat real quick, and I don't know. Yeah, I'll put on something. Is there like a, how about this? Well, this had a little bit longer play time for the video, but I'm pretty sure you guys are kind of doing your own thing at the moment anyway. Yes, I would think. But yeah. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I think I will cut the stream, and I'll just yeah, I'll start it back up around 8. Around 8, maybe 7:40ish. You know, I'll make use of my little thumbnail I have and fuck around with this 2KXO game. But anyway, guys, thanks for tuning in, and I guess I'll see some of you later. And I definitely want to get back into Assassin's Creed, but yeah, I'm probably gonna do that. And I don't know, I might start that off on the Twitch side and then go I don't know, I'll figure it out. But anyway, Jules, everybody else, it's been great. I'll be back in a couple of hours, and salute.